Hi, Glendora. You have asked me for over a year to record for educational purposes how an American dream can turn into a nightmare due to our criminal judicial system with the attorneys, judges, and banks. This surely needs big revision of the law in the United States. My story is really a second Bleak House story. The first Bleak House story was written in the 1850s by Charles Dickens, and the result was to change British law. Our law needs a huge cleaning up of the cesspool, which includes a large percentage of judges, lawyers, and of course the banks. They are one big happy family who are and have destroyed many lives and families. They use what we call a burn bag that assures destroying records and documents. It's been 30 years since my husband passed away, and it's been enough time for me to experience and to endure great torture with many of their schemes and tactics. At one time, 60 Minutes had a program on how the lawyers actually run our country, which includes judges who are merely glorified lawyers in black robes. Now, I came from a family that was very brave, industrious, and hardworking, which I believe must be in my DNA. My mother's parents came to this country when she was 3 months old. Quite brave, I'd say. Also, a relative in the Netherlands saved many people on a sinking ship, of which a statue was erected of him in his name nearabout. On my father's side, his ancestors founded the town of Zeeland, Michigan, of which my family name, Velderman, appears with a group of people on a monument. My grandfather had a large brick company in Michigan, and his friend, Henry Ford, would stop in for coffee when he tried his cars out on the country roads. However, my father reminded me many times of how hard the Depression was in the 1930s. I was born on a farm in Beaver Dam, Michigan. My parents moved to Grand Rapids, Michigan when I was 5 years old. At 7 years old, my mother exposed me to classical music by attending the Grand Rapids Symphony concerts. I was impressed as a child by the famous woman pianist Myra Hess. Being in awe of the beautiful music, I also wanted to speak through my music as she did. I'm sure I was also impressed by the applause and glamour. Then my parents got an upright piano for me. My mother then inquired and found a highly recommended piano teacher whose first husband was the founder of the Chicago Symphony by name of Malachi. At the time of her death, she left me many valuable original Chicago Symphony scores of music. I was a sensitive type from a strict Calvinistic Dutch background. Prayer and reading the Bible at evening meals was a must. And I say we as a family because it included my brother, myself, and another fella, a friend in the neighborhood whose mother and father had both died, and he had no relatives and he had nowhere to go, so my mother took him in. Also my mother's brother, because he was only 12 years old when her mother died, his mother, and my mother also took care of her sickly father. So when I say we, I include all of us who were taught about love, giving, trust, and honesty. And I must say my mother was a very caring and strong person. We were not exposed to so-called worldly activities such as dancing, since this involved bodily movement, and Hollywood movies. Even makeup was discouraged. Church twice on Sunday, plus Sunday school, and no work or shopping on Sundays. However, I was allowed to practice piano on Sundays. Perhaps this all reminds most people of the Pennsylvania Dutch. At 12 years old, I had a vision that God spoke to me that I should speak through my music. Later, I did feel the restrictions as to dancing, etc. It gave me some insecurity, I feel, in exposing my talent while performing. I felt it made me more inhibited with my emotions, which I had to overcome. In retrospect, I remember at one point my hands would stiffen or freeze at the keyboard. But because of my fight and determination, I overcame this anxiety in my zeal to perform. Well, Glendora, I guess in many ways I'm really trying to say my success and accomplishments were hard fought and did not come easily. As a child, I did 6 years of intense study after school, probably about 3 hours after school hours, with my mother supervising my practicing and attending all my lessons. At age 13, my teacher entered me into the Western Michigan piano competition, and at 13 it was the junior division. Now, Joseph Maddie, the founder of Interlochen Music Camp in Michigan, was the main judge. Well, I had a touch of success since I won the junior division. Joseph Maddie said, due to your age, I could not give you the prize for the college division. However, with your flighty fingers, I predict you'll be in Carnegie Hall at age 18. Well, of course, all of this was, in a way, I guess, a surprise to me, and my prize was to perform the Beethoven Piano Concerto No. 1 in C major with the Grand Rapids Symphony. I remember I was quite nervous, but it was successful, and I was well received, and much publicity in the Grand Rapids press with photos, etc. I had a couple of drawbacks in my life after that. I was an attractive young girl. However, I was told to refrain from book reports because as I was growing, my eyesight got worse, and I had to wear glasses, which was not a fashion statement in those days. Previously, I had very good grades. However, in my teens, I saw my classmates having a good time going out, and my teacher was putting photos up on the billboard in the classroom about my success with the piano, and my classmates appeared to me to look at me as though I was a genius or someone different, which I wasn't. Consequently, my grades were also affected. I suppose my concentration level went down. And when graduation time came, my mother went to the dean of the school about my grades. His advice was, she's not college material. She's better off attending secretarial school or learn shorthand, etc. This, of course, was bad advice, since he knew about my success at the piano, but he really didn't care. So, off to the office, Glendora. I worked in an office. I went and I went out with my friends. I had good times, and consequently it affected my music. My father bought me a car so I could drive to work. Now, I was also restless. I even entered the Grand Rapids Beauty Contest, and I might add I did not win. Then I drove to New York City with my friends, and we stayed at the Biltmore Hotel, as I recall, near Grand Central Station, for a short vacation. I had different jobs of no interest. Went to college 1 year, majored in piano, and the teacher said she's talented but doesn't work hard enough. Now came the time when my parents said, look, if you work in an office and do not continue your music, your piano, you must pay room and board. Now this upset me, and I said, you do not love me. I must add that my brother did work to pay for his tuition for college. Now, I also must add that this was one of the best lessons my parents could have given me, because underneath I thought, I will show you. Now here comes sort of the beginning of my American dream. Glendora, after several jobs, I landed a job as a secretary to a lovely lady, Barbara Brown, who took a great interest in me. And it was at the community chest in Grand Rapids. She saw I did not have my heart in my work and wanted to know what my interest was, because she said she could see that it was not office work. I explained my musical background. Now, she was very interested in art and music and was a graduate of Chicago University. She had plans to go to New York City to live a year or two to write poetry. She also knew artists such as the brilliant artist named Carl Andre, and there was another artist which maybe has some people may know more of, the name of Frank Stella, and many others. She at one point asked to hear me play and invited me to her parents' home to listen to classical music, in those days on her record player. She was very impressed when she heard me play and said, why not work hard, Suzanne, at your music and try to attend Juilliard Music School in New York City, because I'm going there maybe in a couple years, and it'd be great if you could go there. So she said, forget about the fun. Work hard and your life will unfold on its own. Well, it all sounded good, but I knew my parents could not afford to send me to New York City to attend Juilliard. So her suggestion was, Grand Rapids has a lot of money. You can get a foundation or a grant to help you. She got my interest and determination up, and I got in touch with my teacher's second husband to see if he would allow me to practice at his piano studio. He was also a cellist, since it was close to the office where I was working. He agreed. Now my routine was I'd get up at 5 a.m. to practice until 7 a.m. My father would make breakfast for both of us before we went to our respective jobs. My job was from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Then I'd grab a bite to eat and go to my teacher's studio from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Drive home, 30-minute drive, sleep from 11 to 5 a.m. and start all over again the next day. So I was on a treadmill until after about a year and a half, I came down with mononucleosis, and I had to take a break to rest. Now, my teacher's husband said he thought New York City was much too tough for me. He said one must be physically beautiful, and competition is very keen in every way. However, I did manage to be fitted for contact lenses, which was quite a new thing in those days. That's 50 years ago. So Barbara, my employer, my boss, the one who had spoken to me about going to New York, also loved fashion as I did, and would discuss the fashion designers and taught me how to apply eye makeup. And then a break came my way. While going to work in the morning, I carried my music, and a very pleasant gentleman was on the elevator and said, "Young lady, how is it? I always see you carrying music in the morning to work." I briefly explained why. This all gave me the idea perhaps he would know of any financial help for me, since he had an insurance company on another floor and would know a lot of important people. I told Barbara, my employer, and she agreed and encouraged me. So a little later, I knocked on his door and asked to see him to present my problem. He was very pleasant and said, "Come back in a couple days. I'll think about it." I did, and he suggested that he could invite a group of prominent people at someone's home where they could meet me and hear me play, including the music critic who wrote about me when I was 13. Now remember, I'm already in my early 20s, and many students who attend Juilliard are from 17 to 20 years old. Some are even as young as 14 years old, such as our present-day genius, Yu Zhao Wang. I think I pronounced that right. This girl is unbelievable in every way. And also, there's the pianist Lang Lang, both Chinese, but they attended the Curtis Institute of Music in Philadelphia. They are fabulous. So, of course, I was nervous because I knew this would either make me or break me, so to speak. Now, in those days, people were more formal, so I appeared in a lovely black silk suit that I had designed, and my mother made it in a hurry for me. My determination and hard work got me through, and the music critic gave the go-ahead sign by saying, "She's worth your investment." Now, families took a personal interest in me also, and I guess they liked my appearance, my manner, and above all, probably my dedication and determination. This was really interesting since one of the families who I had worked for in their office in the past didn't recognize me, and it's a good thing he didn't, because I was fired as a receptionist because I forgot to wind their grandfather clock, and I suppose I always made some kind of mistakes since I didn't like office work. However, later on, this gentleman and his wife were so kind to invite me to swim in their pool at their home, since they heard me play, and I presume they didn't recognize me. Also present were members of a lot of prominent families. I mean, the Kellogg family and the Gerber family, food family. There were a lot of families that seemed to live in Fremont, Michigan. And there was the Bissell, the family of the Bissell company, and the Blodgett Furniture Company, Kendall Furniture Company. There are a lot of prominent people there. Now that they gave me the go-ahead sign, I had to get ready for my audition at Juilliard. Okay, now I have to say I never lived outside of Grand Rapids, Michigan, which was quite challenging to think about. My mother was tearful at the airport as the plane took off for New York since I was alone. I was never alone like that going outside of Grand Rapids. I don't think my father knew what to think. I believe my sponsors got me through reference letters to stay at the International House across the street from the old Juilliard building in New York on Claremont Avenue near Columbia University. I remember hearing in those days that Juilliard had a total of 500 students in attendance, so one had a slim chance of getting accepted. They were very selective. I believe it was my confidence and hard work, of course, and determination that got me through the audition. And believe it or not, I did get accepted. Well, Glendora, guess what? I was on the way to my American dream, not knowing what was ahead of me, and it's a good thing I didn't know. As Barbara said, your life will unfold on its own. However, remember, I also believe God had a plan. So I stayed at the International House, which was some experience for me. I thank God. I think I had a guardian angel, since I survived many and all experiences, and I am still standing. And I'll add, I'm still young and energetic for my age. I did, by the way, work part-time to make a little extra money. Now here's how my life unfolded. I was assigned to a teacher at Juilliard, which I was not happy with. So I went to the dean and asked for another teacher, which he did assign to me. However, I didn't like him either, for different reasons, which I will not go into. Now this made me quite unhappy and also quite worried. Again, God was watching over me and gave me a break. So now an opera singer studying at Juilliard invited me to a dinner party. I was not a party type, however, she convinced me to attend. Now, as I said, in those days, everybody dressed more than today, so really, I dressed like a model. I remember what I wore. However, I was very reserved and quiet, so I created interest as to who I was. The host happened to be the nephew of George Gershwin. The host asked me about my music and wanted to hear me play. I told him I was not happy at Juilliard due to my teachers that were given to me. So he said, "Suzanne, Juilliard is not the end of the world, you know." He suggested I audition for his uncle, who married into the Gershwin family, who was retired and was teaching in New York City. He said he had taught at Curtis Institute of Music in Philadelphia. He was the head of the piano department there with the famous pianist Joseph Hoffman. Of course, I was only concerned whether my sponsors would go along with my idea of studying privately instead of being enrolled at an institution, because that was a big step, of course. So I did audition for Dr. David Saperton and told him my situation. He agreed to take me on and give progress reports to my sponsors, and he did recommend that they continue to help me. He didn't like the idea I had to work part-time, so he agreed to charge me just $5 a lesson when that was, well, it was longer than an hour, really, so when they were really $20 in those days. Today, that would probably be $300 an hour, maybe to even $500. I don't know. I really don't know what it is today, but I know it's much higher. So the requirement was I had to be in his studio at 8:30 a.m. and he would have me work hard at transposing and improvising and also work on the weight distribution at the keyboard. He then would give me lunch and send me on my way to practice the rest of the day. He said, "You are very fortunate. I've only heard of sponsors like you have in Chopin's day." You know, anyone who would take a personal interest the way these people were taking an interest in me. So then I had to get an apartment with another female dance student since I couldn't keep practicing at the International House. Now, one of my sponsors, Mrs. Sally Blodgett, took a special interest in me along with Mrs. Mildred Vogt and got a used Steinway grand piano for my apartment. They kept track of my progress, as did Mr. John Hibbard, the insurance gentleman, who really was responsible for all my progress in going to New York City. Mrs. Sally Blodgett had an apartment in New York City and had me give her piano lessons and go to concerts at Carnegie Hall. I also met Dr. Saperton and would listen. She also met Dr. Saperton and would listen to me perform at his studio. Now, she had a home in Portland, Oregon, and she asked me to give a recital at the Portland Museum. An interesting side issue is she was she was really a lot of fun, and she took me in a private plane to show me all of Grandfather Blodgett's forest. Acres and acres of it, where they used it to make fine furniture in Grand Rapids and other parts of the world. It was most interesting, of course, and as you may realize, most people realize that Grand Rapids, Michigan was known for making fine furniture. Well, when I returned, Dr. Sapton entered me into a recording competition, of which 68,000 pianists competed, and I did win the Paderewski Gold Medal. We met many people through Dr. Sapton. The Gershwins, Duke Ellington, Dr. Sapton taught his nephew, one of George Gershwin's doctors, other interesting people in art and music, some of his former students from Curtis who made a reputation for themselves. I was Sapton's really prized student at the time, and he left me scores of Godowsky transcriptions and some of the valuable scores of music with his markings, transcriptions, and so on. There was the famous pianist, also very good pianist. Godowsky was a very famous pianist. And then there was also, I believe, a brother-in-law of Gershwin who was a fine violinist. So we met a lot of interesting people. Now, the other step in my life, I will continue on my second episode here. This will be the end of number 1. So the second one, it will be continued on the second one. Thank you very much.
520.
Okay, 520. Glendora, this is episode 2. All right, Glendora, I think where I left it off was my roommate, a female roommate that I had met, had this apartment with me, and she was studying dance and worked part-time as an executive secretary. Now, she invited me to meet her employer, and they were going to have lunch at Club 21, and she wanted me to meet him. He heard about me since she had spoken about me, and it happened to be that his birthday was on the same day as mine, so it was a birthday luncheon. Now, he loved music and art, and Joan, the name of my roommate, assisted him in collecting American art. So he met many young artists, and he was also on the board of directors of the Guggenheim Museum. Now, his name was Edmund. He heard me play later and wanted to meet my teacher, Dr. Sapton, and consequently enjoyed many social events with the Gershwin family, and also Duke Ellington we met, and many pianists with reputable names that had studied with Dr. Sapton at Curtis Institute of Music in Philadelphia. Now, Dr. Sapton heard of a summer course at the French Academy of Music near Monte Carlo, which was headed by the famous woman pianist at that time by the name of Jean-Marie Derey, who had made a hit in New York City. He suggested I apply, which I did, and it was decided I attend for the summer. I got a diploma from the Academy and met many people besides Jean-Marie Derey. There was a Bulgarian violinist conductor who became interested in me as a person and musician. I wrote Edmund and Dr. Sapton about my experience since it was about time for me to come back home to New York, and they immediately phoned me on the night rate and said, please hurry and get back home soon. I was quite surprised when Edmund wrote how much he valued me and would be interested in possibly marrying me. I was surprised since Edmund's marriage had problems. However, he was not interested in divorce or remarriage. On the other hand, my music was so important to me that I really did not plan on marriage. I was quite confused. Dr. Sapton added to the mix by saying, "Why would Edmund want a poor musician like you? Just be glad that you are safely back home." Edmund was 23 years older than I was, and his children were all grown in their early 20s or near 20. Dr. Sapton suggested I meet an older woman who had, in her younger years, she had studied with him. Her name was Jean Thorpe, very nice person, who had been married to a rather wealthy man who had helped her and supported her music. Sapton suggested she meet with me to discuss my music and future. She also stressed how fortunate I was to have a person like Edmund interested in me and my music. Now, going back to Barbara, who was my former employer in Grand Rapids, who encouraged me to study in New York, she was in New York, and actually she had married Carl Andre, the talented artist, and she often telephoned me to see how I was doing, and we'd meet for lunch or dinner. And she was really against my possible marriage to Edmund. She had visions that I should marry a prince. That was all great and fine, but Edmund really was a prince in my mind. So Sapton stepped in and insisted I telephone Barbara in his presence and explained to her that presently I could not see her because he felt no one should discourage me against Edmund. Edmund and I knew each other for 3 years before we did marry in 1969. It was the best decision to marry Edmund, who loved music and supported my idea of performing. Also, it sure put my parents' mind at ease, and my sponsors met Edmund and thought this was a Cinderella story. Now, Edmund and I would drive around on weekends looking at homes for sale. Finally, we settled for a beautiful home in Westchester, overlooking the Hudson River. It was owned by Elizabeth Gordon Norcross. She was the editor of House Beautiful magazine. She was a friend of Frank Lloyd Wright, the architect, so of course many of his ideas were in the house. Each room had, the walls were of different woods, like one room would be with birch, another one with cherry, another with mahogany. It was very interesting and very beautiful. We spent a year having it restored, and met an expert at that from Panama who restored the woods. And we also had a greenhouse, a Lord and Burnham greenhouse that we restored. As my husband said, it's a jewel box for 2 people. It was not large, but on 1.8 acres, as I say, overlooking the Hudson River. A gentleman from Panama suggested he could introduce me to Lee Strasberg when he found out I was a pianist. And Lee Strasberg, as you know, is the film director and teacher of films. So he wanted me to meet him to discuss my music and performances. I did, and Lee Strasberg suggested he gather people at his apartment for them to meet me and hear me perform. Everything going on, I did not feel ready at that time. So I didn't go ahead with that at that time. We were busy looking, at different homes, and we were working on different things and trying to get adjusted to our new environment, both working, of course, toward the American dream. So 1 year after our marriage, the stock market crash came in 1970, and it really hit Edmund hard. So being in trouble financially, he said, "I think you better divorce me because I'm out of money." I said, "Well, I think I might take my chance because I think you have the talent and ability to make it many times over, and I didn't believe in divorcing for that reason anyway. He still put the house up for sale. A young doctor who was single and in cancer research, and also he was a surgeon, he fell in love with the house. He said it was so romantic overlooking the Hudson River on the 1.8 acres. And it was great for entertaining. House beautiful, actually photographed a lot there, so they entertained there. And it was on 3 levels. A lower level, a middle level where the house was with a courtyard, and an upper level. He said he could put a pool in the lower level, which would be great for entertaining. So he offered 3 times what my husband paid. My husband telephoned his younger brother, who was in admiration of my husband, and asked his advice. He said, "I take the money and run." However, my husband gave it great thought and took my advice and made it many times over in the end. Working hard, he became chairman of Governor Nelson Rockefeller's Business Advisory Committee. He had Rockefeller's designer from Japan, as I recall, to discuss what kind of pool to put on the property. He suggested a black pool to reflect trees, etc. So my husband had a 20 by 40 foot black pool, heated, put in. He knew I loved swimming, and I loved fountains, and like the Europeans and Italians had, so he actually put a fountain in on the deck also, overlooking the Hudson. My husband worked hard with his consulting, management consulting company. In fact, he wrote a book on the marginal cost system, which was something he had learned from a mentor of his, and he developed it. He was in the top 50 of management consulting companies. Plus, he worked on increasing his purchase of real estate, commercial and residential. He did have trouble with real estate managers, finding a good one, so he asked me what I thought of him training his oldest son, Eddie Jr., to manage the buildings, since Eddie Jr. had trouble locating the right job. I didn't know what to say because he was not my son. So I said, well, he's not my son, it'd be better, you know him better than I do. So he did give him the job in the end. I should have said no, because it turned out to be a thorn in my husband and my side. It was just very difficult. We found out that you could not trust him. As we were working and progressing along, my husband worked on arranging auditions for performing and managers along with his business proposals. He also purchased a 9-foot Steinway concert grand, which he bought for me on time. And eventually, a year or so later, I believe it was, they made me a Steinway artist. We traveled through snowstorms knee-deep for his business interviews and my auditions. Some were failures and some were successful. My husband had a saying, "They think we are drowning and we keep popping up." Now, Edmund was gifted with fight and determination, just as I was. And we also used our home for a lot of entertaining, which it was designed for. So it was a great place for, business entertaining and so forth. My husband asked me my church asked me if they could use it for a benefit. Consequently, it was the start of a lot of prominent people that came to our home, and one was Cab Calloway, who entertained at this particular benefit. We had members of the Rockefeller family and the Annenberg family, and Then later on, Skitch Henderson, we met him and he came there. Christopher Forbes and Robert Forbes, because of an art collection we collected. And then it included the director of the Metropolitan Museum, who wanted to view the art collection. And then we even Cary Grant called us, wanting to rent the house in exchange for one of his homes, since his daughter was going to attend master school, which we had to decline. Of course, Frank Lloyd Wright had stayed at the home also when Mrs. Norcross, the original owner, lived there. My husband and I, Glendora, we had a very good relationship. His business opened doors for me, and my music and performing opened doors for him. He entertained many executives and their wives, which usually involved me having to entertain on the piano, and then opening with prayer before the meal. Let's say again, Glendora, we were working toward the American dream, right? As we're taught in this country. He often reassured me that I was a big help for his business. We never gave up. Got disappointed, but one gets back up and, you learn from any failure. My husband also said, "You have no idea what that world is like out there." And I really didn't. He protected me. Now I have found out, haven't I, about the silent thieves, as I call them. But he is not around to help me, and they know it. On my own, and also through managers, it resulted in a lot of concerts. My husband worked on auditions for me and wrote many orchestras and so forth, along with his meetings of interviews. So it included also managers. We had a couple of them, but it resulted in concerts in London, Rome, Mexico City. It was international. And then actually in Mexico City, it resulted in sending a video up in satellite in the United States here, of which 130 PBS TV stations took it, and really had shown it in many large cities in the United States. So we met Skitch Henderson. He had a demonstration tape made with me in London with the London Philharmonic, and had me as soloist for the opening of the Sheboygan Opera House in Michigan, plus an appearance in Carnegie Hall. And in my performances in the United States, one conductor wanted me to play in Rome different times, which was very interesting. Really enjoyed it. I also performed many times in the Whale Concert Hall, the concert hall next to Carnegie Hall, and many others. We had a TV interview with Victor Borge and the pianist Eugene List, which was fun. Victor Borge is quite a personality, and we had a good time. However, it all required a lot of work and time and preparation. Very seldom did we go on a vacation. It usually had to be involved with business. My husband would often work on holidays. Now, my husband also had claustrophobia and did not like to fly, so in those days he insisted on taking the Concorde, which was a wonderful experience, and he was even still nervous on that plane, but we got through it. It was much shorter, of course, and quicker than the regular planes. So now my husband, he also knew of a resort which was originated by the Rockefeller family near South Palm Beach, where we would stay occasionally. It was not ostentatious. It had cottage-like rooms attached on the ocean with a club-like room for entertainment and meals. And later we managed to stay at the Breakers Hotel in Palm Beach. As I say, my husband never stayed long. As I said, he did not like vacations. So on one trip, my husband heard of a showing of 19th century British art at the Playhouse in Palm Beach, Florida. So we went to view the paintings, and when we were viewing them, we met the dealer from London who we were very impressed with the paintings. He showed us many paintings, and we were very impressed with them. My husband wanted me to pick out 2 of them to purchase, which I did to start a collection. My husband had a collection of American paintings which I thought could be improved on, so he ended up donating it to the Hudson River Museum in Yonkers, New York. The only painting he didn't get rid of was a Sargent painting, which has another story of how badly it was handled for sale, because later with the estate it was up for sale and ended up, I believe, all the money, they dragged it out so long because of any problems in selling it, and it ended up, it was just legal fees, so we got no profit out of it. So, and anyway, he donated these other paintings to the Hudson River Museum in Yonkers, New York, and he proceeded to study and collect all the many 19th century British art. Edmund sat up many nights into the morning doing research on the 19th century British art and keeping in touch with the London dealer. We made a trip to London where the dealer introduced us to the Forbes collection, which was housed in London. It was a fabulous collection which resulted us in meeting Christopher Forbes, who was in charge of their collection. My husband explained ideas with Christopher, nicknamed Kip Forbes, about the paintings that were up for sale. We became friends and attended many Victorian tea parties that Kip was in charge of. In a rather short period of time, we acquired a beautiful collection of 45 paintings. Now, Kip's brother, Robert, he took photos of the collection, came to our home and took photos of the collection. And Kip stated that our collection was the best in the United States at that time of 19th century British art. Forbes' collection was much larger, and that was housed in London. So that was in London, and ours was in the United States. But my husband named the collection, actually he labeled it as the Suzanne and Edmund art collection because of my assistance. And also the collection was exhibited in the United States and traveled to Europe. They were like our children going on a trip. Skitch Henderson also gave us 2 King Charles Spaniels by name. We named them Tippy and Lady Dash. We named the female Lady Dash since it was the name of Queen Victoria's favorite dog. Before that, we had our beautiful Irish setter, Coco, which was Coco like Coco Chanel, and we showed her, she got a lot of ribbons a beautiful dog. Anyway, we were enjoying the fruits of our labor. So on one of the trips, my husband also decided to look for some property in Florida as either an investment or a place for us to go to. We looked at many homes, including commercial properties for investment. We did end up getting a small home, a condo, in Manalapan, Florida, since the large homes were much too large and needed restoration and were too expensive. My husband had a Frank Lloyd Wright room added with a fountain and a skylight since he knew I loved fountains. He purchased the Steinway Grand that my sponsors had in my apartment for this particular condo. We did not go to the home often because, as I said, he did not like vacations. Now, at one of our invitations in New York to dinner, we went to the University Club in New York, invited to a dinner gathering there. We met a partner of White & Case law firm, which had his eyes on my husband. Of course, through business connections, my husband met many people, but I felt this particular person did not like me. Somehow, White & Case lured my husband to meet with them to do estate planning and a will. I don't believe my husband realized White & Case's enduring client was Bankers Trust Company from the year 1903. However, we did not discuss that issue. Perhaps my husband was not aware of their history, which, of course, took a lot of research from the group that helped me later. At that time, I knew nothing about their business relationships. They never revealed matters to me, and I believe they had an ethical duty to do so. I had a personal savings account which my husband set up with his broker or financial advisor, who was also connected with the White & Case and Bankers Trust group. The trouble is they knew about what money I had because of their relationship, which I found out later is not a great idea, because they had known, basically it was not good, since later on, with all the money available in the estate, they told me to use some of my personal money until they got everything worked out. If I had known then what they were going to do to me, I would have refused. But I trusted them. I didn't know. So now, also, White & Case and Bankers Trust wined and dined us at cocktail parties and also a private luncheon with the Vice Chairman, Phil Hampton, hosted it, and there was Mike Phillip, one of the Vice Presidents there, and many other, a few others. It was a private, very private luncheon. And they had us at a lot of cocktail parties, and they really gave us the white glove treatment. Also, members of White & Case and Bankers Trust came to our home to discuss business matters, including areas of the will. Now, I'm going to go into, in the next episode, I'll go into some of the meetings and how they personally gave us real personal treatment. I mean, meetings at our home and meetings with them, as I say, their cocktail parties and so on. So I think, Glendora, I probably have had my time for the second episode, and I will get prepared for the third episode. Anyway, I can just say that, just to review here what will be on the third one, is that I recall there was a meeting at my home at which Eddie Jr., my husband's son, attended. And being an artist, I was not up on all of this. I was quiet and I didn't ask questions, and I remember standing in the doorway of our library after everyone was seated and had tears in my eyes, just thinking, what would I do without Edmund, my husband, who helped, protected, and adored me? I mean, my husband saw this, so he asked me to come into the room and to sit near him. So I think, Glendora, I will proceed with the rest of this meeting on episode number 3. I want to thank everyone for listening to this. I hope you can follow from one to the next that I have, but thank you very much. Glendora, this is episode number 4 of the McCormick Estate. I was going through the executors, actually, and just to review, it was the The one executor was by the name of L. Howes, and he was with nursing homes, a nursing home partner with my husband. And the second one was actually my husband's accountant, Herman Markowitz, who was a licensed certified public accountant, CPA. And he had a conflict, actually. The truth is, he did, with doing the management, the books for the operating manager, Eddie Jr., and he did the estate's books, and then he wanted a commission, of course, for being an executor. So anyway, now I'm on the third executor. There were 5 executors in the state. First of all, I'll say there were many conflicts and many problems. They didn't really Win Rutherfurd of White & Case and Bankers Trust Company really, they were not really following the will as far as I'm concerned. Often they would say, even David Kiko of Pillsbury Winthrop, the lawyer who's covering for the bank now, whenever you have a problem, he doesn't want to see you. He just says, the judge, we'll go to the judge, he'll decide. Well, if they have the judge in their back pocket, as we now know, why wouldn't they go to the judge? He'll decide for what they want. The system is definitely corrupt. There's no question in my mind. So the third executor here that my husband picked was Bankers Trust Company, of course. As the will stated, however, White & Case, in filing the probate papers, listed Bankers Trust of New York as an executor. That is not a correct name. They have in the permanent papers, testamentary, dated January 25, 1989. That's what they had, Bankers Trust of New York. Anyway, the problem is that Bankers Trust Company of New York did not come into existence until 10 years later, 10 years after death, September 7, 1999. So this is serious. Of course, letters testamentary are like the Bible to an estate. David Kiko of Pillsbury Winthrop tried to cover up by stating that Bankers Trust of New York is geographic. Because it states New York, it's geographic. Either he doesn't know the history of Bankers Trust, or he is outwardly lying. I had special research people dig up proven facts. One law firm asked if my research people would work for them. I thank God I have a loyal person who heads my group, so that did not occur. Also, why didn't, as they pointed out to me, why didn't someone like Jody Keltz, the attorney referee for probate court, discover this wrong entity, Bankers Trust of New York? Incidentally, I was also told that Jody Keltz and her husband, through a stroke of good luck, acquired a house in Scarsdale from an estate in the court where she worked for an exceedingly reasonable price. It's another conflict. It's serious. Actually, these things are all serious, but they were overlooked. That's all, by all of them. The fourth executor was myself as a non-independent executor, since I was to be a beneficiary. And the fifth executor was my stepson, Eddie Jr., who was also non-independent executor, and since he was going to be a beneficiary, as were his other siblings. But they weren't executors. Eddie Jr. was the executor because he was managing the real estate. I don't know, a lot of these conflicts people are not aware of, which at the time I was not aware of. But why weren't my attorneys aware of it? They had to be aware of it. Okay, now, many attorneys that I did interview, by the way, did not want my case because they would be seriously threatened. One attorney said a family he had a family and he could not lose his law license. Another attorney said, I've handled one serious estate, a large estate, which we all know, and I'm not going through that again with the McCormick Estate. So, this is what's going on. Now, as we talk about my dear friend Win Rutherfurd of White and Case, the lawyer there, according to, shortly after my husband's death, White and Case, according to the law, unlawful thing rather, they legally abandoned the estate by representing the bank. In filing for, the reason was because in filing for a repayment of a loan that my husband had made of Bankers Trust, a $500,000 loan, in early February of 1989, my husband died in 1988, they fraudulently represented the bank in order to get the repayment of the loan from my husband. And then they didn't, which actually, according to a certain judge, which I'll go into later, but he admitted to a newspaper friend of ours, Ralph Martinelli, that this was a serious conflict, and they abandoned, as he worded it, the estate because they represented the bank in the repayment of a loan from my husband. So they actually abandoned the estate, and they could not be an estate attorney any longer. However, they continued to act as an estate attorney, and they submitted legal invoices. After about 3 months, they rendered a bill of $250,000, which I objected to, and as one executor, they went ahead and paid it because the head of the trust department at the bank, William Wilkie, said, well, you were outvoted, so we're going to pay it. So anyway, that they paid them that, and then later on they tried to bill, I think after the final accounting, they tried to bill around $600,000 more, which wasn't paid, but I think at this point it might have been paid. We don't really know. They didn't really consult me or speak to me about any of this. And of course, as I say, if they did put me through anything, it's always the court, the judge. Okay, now, as I said, they abandoned the estate when they filed the papers representing Bankers Trust Company for repayment of the loan. Also, my other attorneys, such as Peter Raymond, Mark Oxman, Ray Dowd, they should have all known about these serious matters. I paid them huge legal bills, totaling over $1 million in total. Bankers Trust Company told us as executors it's customary to have the person who drafted the will to be the estate attorney. Of course, at that time, we didn't really know what was going on. We didn't know about the abandonment and so forth. They failed to inform us and educate me about these material facts and other material facts, that this was a conflict, and it was a close, they had a close relationship, Bankers Trust did, since 1903 with White and Case. And perhaps my husband did not know that either. And we did not find it out till 1999, after Deutsche Bank purchased Bankers Trust, and it became a convicted federal felon, 3 felony counts. So what happened to the other 3 executors? The answer, they were just grabbing what they could. So actually none of them really legally did the correct thing as executors. Neither party revealed any of these material facts to us. Now, I'm stating all this for educational purposes so people will try to educate themselves so they will not be taken in by these con men. Someone once stated to me, trillions of dollars have been lost through the transfer of money. Now I believe it. By the way, I'll quote Habakkuk 1 verse 4 in the Bible. The law has become paralyzed, and there is no justice in the courts. The wicked far outnumber the righteous, so that justice has become perverted. Glendora, we're all taught good manners and to keep silent and do not talk openly about these matters. It's personal business, and most people do not want to hang out their dirty laundry. And then, of course, most people are afraid because of the enemy will retaliate. So, and also I had people's advice to me. They would say, you better take what you can get or you will get nothing. Of course, my answer is one cannot work out of fear. We must be positive and not afraid. I believe justice will prevail in the end. We see in the political arena today, one cannot be afraid. The truth must come out and justice must be given. I know another victim, and even myself, who had been told in the court, there is no justice in this court. Another victim stated to me, Suzanne, and it was from a prominent family. Many things were done to them also, and they said, you are not alone and we are not crazy. That's another thing. At one time, one of the lawyers of the court, and the referee, I don't know exactly his title, but he's in the surrogate court, and he said that little old lady, that crazy old lady. He was referring to me. Now, Judge Scarpino's law secretary asked me, what do you want? And maybe it was his secretary who said that. The crazy old lady. She doesn't want to settle. Judge Scarpino's law secretary asked me, what do you want? My answer was justice. You see, they do not like that answer because they do not believe in justice. He said, there's no justice in this court. How much do you want? How much money? Do you want to talk to the bank? They are in the other room. I agreed to meet with them. He then came back to me and said, they do not want to meet with you. Now tell me, who's in charge? The court or the convicted federal Felons Bankers Trust Company? Is the fox in charge of the hen house? Okay, now I get off my philosophy here, approach, and get back to the facts. I believe at one of the first executors meetings when Rutherfurd stated, I guess to everyone, but he looked at me, of course, Suzanne, you are the last to receive any money. Perhaps he should have explained to me. I really could not believe what I heard. I mean, when I heard it, it's like it hit you. Like, what is this man saying? That sure was not my husband's desire. Rutherfurd drafted the will for my husband, Win Rutherfurd. He knew what my husband wanted. I surely do not object to paying debts, in the estate, such as the repayment of my husband's $500,000 loan to be paid to Bankers Trust Company. I didn't object to any of that or any debts, but I am the last to be paid. However, White & Case in Bankers Trust also, I must add, had liquidated the stocks and bonds amounting to at least $7 million early on. So they surely could have covered the $500,000 loan repayment and also my $500,000 legacy that my husband said was due 1 month after death. My husband made that very clear. He also told me, be sure you get that 1 month after death. That's what you get. So they stalled the payment, and after 30 years now, I've received approximately half of the $500 in 2 separate payments. Now, they then even suggested I use some of my personal savings until they got things straightened out. Incidentally, I have to add my personal account was with a financial advisor who had a working relationship with Bankers Trust and White and Case. They all worked together. They knew how much money was in that account. The second statement from Win Rutherfurd of White and Case was, "There is so much money in this estate that it will never run out." Now, why did he say a thing like that? Why? I guess to make me feel better, maybe? He said, you get interest from the date of death that is not, or on whatever you do not receive. You get it, interest. Why did he say these kind of things? Just to make me feel better, I guess. Another wonderful surprise Win Rutherfurd had for me was, since McCormick and Company was left to me, my husband's company, it may be a good idea, Suzanne, to sell it to Eddie Jr. for $1. Now, I know these things do occur, they happen, but wait a minute. My husband obviously wanted me to have the company. He didn't want his children to. So Win obviously knew I was grieving and lost with no good advice. Win tried to encourage me by stating that if Eddie made a profit, I could get a percentage and interest paid by the company. My husband left it to me since he didn't want, as I say, any of his children to run the consulting company, including Eddie Jr. I also believe Eddie did not want to deal with my husband's marginal cost system, which my husband had written a book about and was very successful. So Eddie really could not run it. Instead, Win could have helped me to either sell it or simply close it, which is what should have been done. Also, there was much information in the files in the office on the art collection, etc. There was furniture, many, I guess there were computers or typewriters, so forth, and some paintings for me to go through, which I did, but there were files in there with a lot of information. After all, over the years, it was in the top 50 of consulting companies, even though it was going downhill due to my husband's illness. Actually, I have a very interesting story, if I can tell it a minute, as to the value or interest there was in the company before my husband's death. About a year before my husband died, he was alerted that a meeting was secretly going to be held in one of the rooms of his office after business hours. Some of his employees were plotting to get the company. My husband came home and suggested we get our Irish setter, Coco, on her leash. Take her to the office, let her off the leash after closing the door for her to follow their scent. We did, and sure enough, she found them right away in one of the office rooms. They were quite alarmed, and I imagine quite afraid, since Coco was a big dog and could sense who we did not like or approve of. So I guess the company was of interest and quite viable, and it was in the top 50 out of thousands of companies. They were a member of Acme Consulting Companies also. I mean, they're the Acme group. Then the next suggestion Win Rutherfurd had for me was, you really should think about selling your two homes, the one in Florida and the one that my husband and I really loved was the one in Dobbs Ferry, and my art collection on top of it. My husband suggested I would be able to live in my home in Dobbs Ferry until my death, which he was hoping. And I know he had tried to plan different times, so I would be there through my whole life, the rest of my life. And he even investigated about a historical type of thing, because it was the editor of House Beautiful had owned it, and Frank Lloyd Wright, it was like a Frank Lloyd Wright home, of course. It was very special. Win Rutherfurd simply said, well, you'll need money. You must, and I must add here then, down deep I wanted to trust these people that they knew best about investment and money matters, etc., plus when Rutherfurd drafted the will. So, well, I'll think again, you know. Perhaps he wondered what money I had. I don't know. I looked at different homes just to please them, but didn't allow them to sell my 2 homes. I wasn't interested. It was too early for me to make any decision like that. However, they did hook me with the art collection. They caught me early before I could really concentrate and do research on the paintings and get advice from friends and business advisors. I was basically standing alone. Later on, I found files in the office of McCormick & Company, which, of course, were left to me, which would have been of help. Finally, I had them transferred to my home in Dobbs Ferry. They leaned towards Sotheby's rather than Christie's to sell the collection. Sotheby's made it known to all the dealers about the sale, including the London dealers. D.D. Brooks was the former chief executive of Sotheby's, and Alfred Taubman was the owner and chairman. D.D. Brooks had a private luncheon prior to the sale of my art collection. This was facilitated by White & Case and Bankers Trust Company, who we know now had no legal standing with my husband's estate. The con men were busy feathering their own nest. They had another meeting at which they told me prices had to be lowered. Now, of course, I believe I understood what was going on. Now I definitely know what was going on. There was also a reception in London, and for all the dealers to view the paintings, which I also attended. By the way, there's actually a book written about the art of the steal, S-T-E-A-L. My collection ended up being an estate fire sale. I was told later, of course, I should have stopped the sale from advisors and friends of my husband. Later, Sotheby's was charged with a federal violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act, price fixing and rigging of art auction prices. Several of my paintings were lowered below their value, with Win Rutherfurd and White & Case and the bank encouraging me to go ahead. I also believe my financial person went along with the idea. Time-wise, I believe about a year later, Christie's invited me to a reception where one of my paintings that sold for $200,000 at Sotheby's was now up for auction at Christie's for $600,000, and it sold for that. I was told by a few experts that there were quite a few other paintings in my collection in a similar situation, and I pretty much know which ones. The sale was done so quickly before I got to my husband's files in his office in regard to the paintings, correspondence, etc., which was all left to me. Now, Glendora, being upset about the sale of the paintings and the estate in general, my brother asked me to give a piano recital in a church near Atlanta, Georgia. Even though I was drawn away from the piano with all of this going on in the estate, I really wanted to prepare and get back to my music, so I accepted the date. My concert, when I performed there, it was well received, and my brother informed me that a gentleman by the name of Wayne Smith, the head of Friendship Force, stopped in to hear me and was impressed. The former president, Jimmy Carter, was one of the leaders of the Friendship Force with Wayne Smith. Wayne Smith offered me, as a representative for the United States, a tour to Georgia, Russia for 1 month. Of course, I knew my husband would have been thrilled with the idea, so I decided I'd try to work hard and accept it. I took a friend along and many of my gowns, since they were also going to make a film of me. I was a guest of the then President Shevardnadze. His granddaughter was my interpreter, and his daughter drove us around as needed where we had to go. I really did not feel musically or emotionally prepared. However, I knew my husband would not want me to pass up such an opportunity. Since some of my concerts were canceled due to the fall of the Soviet Union, and they produced a documentary film which was shown at the Moscow Film Festival, and as I understand it, won a top reward, as I was told. They also filmed me in the diplomatic quarters, performing and wearing many of my beautiful gowns, since fashion was one of my interests. I love to design and create with music and fashion. When I presented my plans to the bank in White & Case, Rutherfurd, they suggested since I'd be gone for a month, I should give my executive powers to the bank while I was gone. With no attorney and no advice, and still trusting, I agreed, thinking they would work in my best interest. At the executors meeting before leaving for Russia, I was looking for Rutherfurd of White & Case to say my goodbyes, and finally found the attorney Rutherfurd and Eddie Jr. meeting in a room with the door closed. Now, I believe they were rubbing their hands together, plotting what they could do while I was gone. With big smiles, they wished me a great trip. Okay, now I think this is near the end of this section, and I will proceed further with the next episode, which will be episode number 5. And you want me to keep going?
You got 30 seconds.
Okay, well, I can add that the next one will start with when I returned from my trip 1 month later. I was asked by Wayne Smith of Friendship Force if I would go on another tour, extensive tour, representing the United States throughout Europe, performing for world leaders and presidents of various countries. Okay, now I think that will conclude this portion of my episode, and I will proceed with the next episode when I can. Thank you. Okay, I'm back with episode number 5 of the McCormick Estate. I ended the last one by saying that I was ready to leave for my trip to Russia, Georgia, Russia, for my tour. When I returned from my trip 1 month later, I was asked by Wayne Smith, again, I think I'll repeat this so you follow through. Wayne Smith of Friendship Force, if I would go on another more extensive tour representing the United States throughout Europe, performing for world leaders and presidents of various countries. I saw what was going on in the estate, which I explained to Wayne Smith of Friendship Force. I didn't think I could concentrate in preparing for such performances. They really wanted me and gave me another year to decide. He said, we really want you to go on it, and, we'll give you another year to decide, which was I thought, very gracious of them. However, I simply knew I could not concentrate enough on preparing for such an undertaking. And actually, former President Jimmy Carter and his wife, and I presume with others, they were all going to accompany me on the trip. So it was really a shame I couldn't go. My husband was always thrilled for me to get more exposure with my music. But it was due to the estate also. I mean, that was the main thing. I saw what was going on, and I had given my executive powers to them to make decisions, and of course when I got back, I was so concerned about everything. It didn't enter my mind about that. So anyway, Glendora, here starts the process of destroying my music. I formed a group to help me, including interviewing attorneys. We had to interview a lot of attorneys, and I got advice from certain people. We formed a group, and there was it consumed a great deal of time and thought. And of course, if my husband were around, it would be quite different, wouldn't it? But he wasn't there. So if someone had told me that I'd have real problems with White & Case, a law firm, and the Bankers Trust Company, I basically just wouldn't believe them. I couldn't even believe it then. I never would believe them. I think my husband was too smart to let that happen to me. I simply wouldn't believe him. In fact, as everything unfolded, I just couldn't even believe it then. They were such good actors, accommodating my husband and myself like they were our real friends. So I'm doing this to make people aware of these silent thieves. They're very clever. I know of other prominent families, and even not so prominent, that they have done this too. In fact, the court has a leaflet stating a court for widows and orphans. Well, think again. It's a court for lawyers, banks, and con men. As I stated before, I've gone through 7 different attorneys, minus over $1 million, trying to get justice and helping my stepchildren, since they didn't get their inheritance either. It was suggested to me that I form protests, I picket, and I make it public. Since we were writing the bank different times, and we wouldn't get answers, or we'd get answers to our questions that really weren't correct. So it took a lot of our time. Much of the publicity was spiked also. In fact, they lie. I read in one article a spokesperson at the bank responded to a reporter at a paper saying the estate went bankrupt due to taxes. This is just a continuation of the big lie propaganda that federal felons, continue to engage in. They lie and deny. In fact, I have a friend whose family was in the insurance business and asked me why my husband didn't have insurance to pay all the estate taxes. So what kind of estate planning did White & Case and Bankers Trust Company prepare? Aside from attorneys, one of my stepsons, David, and one of my group and myself contacted the IRS directly and secured a meeting. At the meeting, the agent, Harvey Weiss, asked me if I received my marital deduction of $11 million, to which I said no, plus the other which was to be in trust. He spoke to us and then opened all the IRS records. He first telephoned Win Rutherfurd of White & Case, since we all understood he was the estate attorney at that time. At that time, of course, we were not aware that he had abandoned the estate by filing papers representing the bank for a loan to be paid back by my husband's estate. Legally, White & Case could not represent the bank, as I said before, and the estate, as we were told by the newspaper publisher, Ralph Martinelli, who met with Judge Albert Emanuele, he told Ralph about this. Plus, the bank is not listed as an executor on the Letters Testamentary as Bankers Trust Company. It's listed as Bankers Trust of New York, which came into existence 10 years later after my husband's death. As I stated before, but I really will emphasize that because these are very important things. Now, Harvey Weiss, the IRS agent, permitted us to make copies, and when we explained some things we had knowledge of, he was taken back. At one point, we were looking at the income-producing properties my husband owned and had many questions. My stepson Eddie Jr. claimed partial ownership of the income-producing properties in the estate, and the IRS, in the estate tax audit, rejected any ownership he claimed, and the estate had to pay taxes based on 100% ownership, because basically Eddie could not prove he owned any of it. Also, we discovered that there were no partnership tax returns filed on any of these properties. When we brought this to Win Rutherford's attention of White and Case and the bank, Bankers Trust at that time, they had new appraisals done with the purpose to obtain a tax refund for the estate of over $500,000, as we were told. Harvey Weiss, the IRS agent, related that when he met with Rutherfurd, who was masquerading as the estate attorney, Rutherfurd handed Harvey Weiss the new paperwork. And when Harvey Weiss, the IRS agent, asked him what this was all about, Rutherfurd explained what he wanted. The IRS agent looked at him and said, "Listen, if you want a tax refund, we will reopen the whole estate." Upon hearing this, Rutherfurd grabbed the papers out of his hands and hurriedly left the office. In a hurry. Although Rutherfurd promised the tax refund, they never told us the facts until we heard it directly from the IRS what had transpired. Rutherfurd and the bank told us simply that the IRS would not do it and gave us no details. This all happened before we had contact with Harvey Weiss at IRS and found out what the true facts were. What a fraud. This ended up as a huge swindle with Eddie Jr. I must add here that the delegation of authority that I had signed before going to Russia, my group had discovered as we were reviewing things, I had forgotten about, and it was discovered, and they insisted, they checked and saw the records, and had me reinstate, immediately voided the document and revoked my delegations and reclaimed my powers as a legal executor of my husband's estate. They did a swindle with Eddie Jr. mainly during the time I was in Russia. Millions were lost. I'm trying to give facts, Glendora, chronologically. It's rather difficult because this is like 20 years ago that these things all took place, and it's amazing how the time has just flown by because we were always busy trying to do things, either picketing, protesting, working on publicity, whatever. But I'll jump a minute to the present year, 2020, just for this one fact. That this past year, the bank, there was money in a couple separate accounts of the estate left there for many years. And I was getting statements every month for many years. But all of a sudden, this past June, I saw that they took out $600,000 out of the estate. I didn't know anything about it. Now, they claimed there was some kind of court thing that went on about it. But, you know, little dear old David Kiko of Pillsbury never telephoned me or discussed it. He knew very well I didn't even get my initial legacy, full legacy. He knew all this. But what do you have to do? Keep running to the judge who they have in their pockets? So they didn't really explain. So I wondered, what did they do with the $600,000? How in the world are they entitled to any legal fees or commissions? In the meantime, you know, they're not on the letters. It was all fraudulent, and it still is. So, to me, it's a complete fraud, like a lot of things we know today go on. But that was very clear. I did write a letter to them, asking them, one certified and one registered, and I believe they only received the one letter. The other was lost, I guess. It all went to the same address, but we're still investigating on that. But we asked about copies for the tax returns and all related documents to this amount of money that they withdrew from the account. But we got a reply from David Kiko, not from the trustee of the bank, which we wrote. They always turn it over to David Kiko. So he answered and wrote back. Effectively, he just told us to go away. I mean, they were paid for fees or whatever. Now, you know, it's quite upsetting. My life has been very upsetting with all these kind of things that occur. I'll go back again to the years that I'm speaking about in 1995. I think we're around that time now. When a firm like White & Case, professional firm like this, and Bankers Trust, I have here in my notes, why would a main beneficiary such as a wife have to fight the bank and the law firm to follow the will? Because they were not following the will. I hope people who listen to this understand the scheme that these people pull. It's intimidating for me and for my husband's name. They try to blame others like my stepson. Oh, he was difficult. Well, I thought they knew about these kind of things. That's why we hired them. They met with us many times before. They knew about the son. They knew about our whole situation. I don't understand. What were they hired for? Why are they getting paid? And now they're taking money out of the estate account for legal fees? What legal fees? What is justice for attorneys to fight for a beneficiary who's entitled to plenty of money that's on hand in the estate? As when Rutherfurd stated, there's so much money in this estate it will never run out. Well, anyway, now back to the earlier years, as I say, around 1995. I was receiving checks from the IRS. Here's another very interesting item. I was receiving checks from the IRS for joint refunds from before date of death, made out to Suzanne and Edmund McCormick. So Honest Me reported this to a very pleasant trust officer who was always, oh, Suzanne, you know, we will do this, we will do that. Anyway, he was very pleasant and he was in charge of the estate. His reply was, just send us the check, Suzanne, and we will return whatever is yours. My part-time secretary did make a copy of one of the checks for $69,000. And I don't know, there were maybe 8 of them, I don't recall how many, to prove my name was on with my husband. So whatever checks appeared after, the bank had their name added to the check along with our names. So it went to them, and I never saw any of the money. They listed some of it in the final accounting, however it was not complete, and I never received any of it. At least half of it had to be mine. The last building sold in the real estate portfolio was a large income-producing apartment building, which they did not have me listed as a grantor on the deed, even though I was a legal executor on the Letters Testamentary. They listed Bankers Trust Company as an executor of the estate, and further stated they were formerly known as Bankers Trust of New York. They put this all on the document, which is a total fraud. I mean, Bankers Trust, they didn't know what to say. They were probably asked, well, why is Bankers Trust of New York here? Oh, we were formerly known as that. They had other executors sign, including Eddie Jr., but not me. They knew I would object to all this. In fact, one of the interested parties who wanted the building telephoned me to say, Suzanne, we had offered a much larger amount. But I guess they knew I guess the bank knew. I told the fellas who called me to contact the bank since they were in charge. And as I understand, they sold it to the property manager they had chosen. Now, I might add, when my husband was living, he emphasized to me certain important issues. And the one, of course, was the legacy of $500,000, which was due 1 month after death. Remember, as I said, they had liquidated stocks and bonds amounting to $7 million at least. And, of course, there was a lot of other assets in the estate. All these years, 30 years, I've received about half of the $500,000 in 2 payments. I think I had said that previously in here. Anyway, and then the second thing was there was a trust to be formed, of which I would receive income plus interest in addition to an extra $50,000 a year. Plus, I had the extras given to me 2 homes in the art collection and possessions, and my husband's McCormick and Company. My husband now explained to me clearly about an option period he had in the will in regard to the real estate. My husband knew his son, Eddie Jr., would try to get whatever buildings of the real estate that he could. However, he said Eddie could not get them due to the capital gains tax. So he said, I'll give him 6 months to decide and 1 year to come up with any money. However, he said he will not be able to because he's not able to or he's not in a position to afford any buildings due to the capital gains tax. My husband was actually trying to protect me, as he explained, and his family. And as we know, the IRS disallowed any ownership by the son Eddie. When Rutherfurd knew that, what was the reason they were trying to please Eddie is what I am asking. What are they getting out of this besides legal fees? Legally, they abandoned the estate. Anyway, Eddie ended up with 2 excellent buildings after the swindle was done, which I called a swindle. One would have been a large asset for the estate in Summit, New Jersey. In regard to the option period, the children and I did speak up. After 1 year, we said time is up. Eddie could not come up with the money, as was explained to me. Well, when Rutherfurd said, let's give him a little more time. The children and I were getting very upset because they knew their brother, and in the end they wanted to disown him. They mentioned to me they were going to take him out of the family pictures. Now the son David with me went to the accountant's office, which was one of the executors, Herman Markowitz, and really quizzed him about what was going on. The accountant, Herman Markowitz, was very nervous and had trouble explaining his way out of this. The time period that when Rutherfurd extended to accommodate Eddie got to be around 1.5 to 2 years. And also, who was billed for all these hours negotiating with Eddie? I imagine the estate. When Rutherfurd of White & Case admitted to me that while I was in Russia, they spent hours and hours in Eddie's office, as I recall, dealing with him and negotiating with him, ending up with 2 buildings. There was a dispute of the ownership of certain property, and as I understand, Bankers Trust Company and White & Case were involved in other estates too that we heard about. We heard and met many people who had troubles with the bank, lawyers and judges, as I said before, because of course we were picketing and meeting a lot of people. Some prominent, some not so prominent. However, that doesn't matter. One of the people coming out of the bank spoke with us, and they said, they gave us copies of a segmentation of the bank, which was milk, exit, and ignore. what they would do is milk the estates, exit the estate, and then ignore it, which was explained in the market segmentation of Bankers Trust Company. And it can be viewed, if anyone wants to read it, on stopestatefraud.org or McCormickEstateFraud.wordpress.com. One person that we met was Jonathan Place from the Place family from Rye, New York. He worked with our group to get help for their family estate. Now, one of the things he did for us, which we also helped him, one of the people coming out of the bank also told us, ask them about their manual. So when Jonathan Place had a deposition with his attorneys, he said, could you tell us whether you have a manual? He asked the trust officer, William Wilkie, who was being deposed. And William Wilkie said, yes, we have one. However, when we had a deposition, we had our attorney ask William Wilkie if he had a manual. And he said, no, we don't have one. The manual was dated, by the way, prior to our deposition. So he perjured himself. This is the trust officer. He was in with Rutherfurd and the whole group. So after that, William Wilkie retired. Very interesting, but he wasn't there long. So he had been there for many years previously. Now, another thing, while we were listening, the judge at this time, I think that I'm up to, was Judge Anthony Scarpino. And we were listening to a local radio station, WFAS, one morning, and heard an in-depth interview, actually, of the new surrogate judge, Anthony Scarpino. And during the interview, we heard that he worked at the FBI for 4 years, and then he worked at Bankers Trust Company for 2 years. This was a major conflict, and he should have disqualified himself, involving all Bankers Trust matters before the surrogate court. I was told that he should have stepped down and, should have discontinued, not gone on with the case. And August 2002, the Sunday feature article in Newsday about trust and banks included a photo of me surrounded by 4 signs that I used while picketing. Bankers Trust Company, Deutsche Bank, and law firm of White & Case. One of the signs said, Judge Scarpino worked for Bankers Trust. The name of the article was Inherited Problems. Now, when Anthony Scarpino saw this publicity I had, then he held it up. This was after 2 years I had mentioned it. It took that long before we got this publicity in. Then he held up the page with a photo in court and said, I do not like this, but there's nothing I can do about it. Then he would entertain motions for disqualification or recusal. Papers were filed, and in January 2003, nothing had happened. So through a friend, I went to see the New York State Attorney, and after hearing what I said, she said, I'm calling the New York State Attorney, Elliot Spitzer. In early February, it is my understanding that Elliot Spitzer summoned Anthony Scarpino, Judge Anthony Scarpino, to his office and had a sit-down talk with him. Shortly thereafter, Judge Scarpino recused himself from the McCormick Estate. Finally. Then we were sent to Rockland County, surrogate court that made one decision regarding the estate and then was withdrawn and threw the hot potato back to White Plains. Then the estate was moved to Dutchess County Surrogate Court with Judge Bagonis. My attorney at that time filed papers for the removal of Bankers Trust Company, Deutsche Bank, from the estate based on the fact that the nominated name was Bankers Trust Company was not named on the Letters Testamentary that the estate attorney had procured, and nothing happened for years. Eddie Jr. wrote a letter, and it stirred the pot, and the court in Dutchess County looked into the matter, asking about the status of the estate. Since I was not informed, some years later, I and one of my group went to Poughkeepsie Surrogate Court, where Judge Bagonis was, to go through the files. Now, Glendora, I'm going to stop here. This is the end of this episode, and thank you very much for listening, and I'll go to the next one next week. Thank you. Well, Glendora, this is episode 6. This estate is really very troubling, of course, and I'm doing this, I want to say again, I'm doing it to let other people know so they're alerted, because this thing is kept very quiet, everything. They never want anyone to know about this kind of thing going on, because if they can have access to estates where they can get money, they surely don't want people to know about this, what goes on. So anyway, I'm trying to do things according to the calendar, but some of the events that took place are very difficult. Now, what I left off with was that Eddie Jr., my stepson, who had given us quite a bit of problems here all along, and they knew it. They knew about Eddie. He started to, he was getting concerned because there weren't a lot of things happening. So, of course he was concerned, because he got what he tried to get, and he didn't want anyone investigating him any further or trying to sue him. So he wanted this estate closed. I mean, please close it. So he started investigating and stirring up the waters because things were a little quiet, and he thought, you know, he was going to try to get the estate closed. So it did stir up things a little bit, and at this point, really, I think it was around this point, actually, I had filed papers. My attorney did, the last attorney, Jason Bogley, who had been with the Ray Dowd law firm, had filed papers for me, and they went to, they were transferred supposedly, or we filed them in Westchester, and we also filed them in Poughkeepsie with Dutchess County, since we were transferred up there. And from what we know, they were not filed. We filed them, we filed them, but they were not recorded. And what they did with them, we don't know, whether they buried them or whatever they did with them. It's really a racket. It's an illegal enterprise carried on for a profit. That's really what's going on with these people. So when I filed these papers, I was not informed of any decision of the estate with these filings, which Jason Bogley had done. And we understand that we were told later that the time period had expired, that they hadn't made any decision. Therefore, all our demands in our papers were effectively approved, because they mysteriously either lost them or whatever they did and went over the time period, which makes them effectively approved. So they killed their own purpose, I guess. Some years later, I and one of my group then, when there was no decision or anything, we went to Poughkeepsie Surrogate Court to go through files. And we began making copies of estate pertinent papers in the file, some of which were quite revealing. The chief clerk, who was actually, I guess, quite new there, demanded to see what copies we were making and began going through them. And she said that many things we were copying we had no right to see. Now here I am, the wife, the main beneficiary and executor, and she said I have no right to see them all. Well, what was going on? And proceeded to remove many of the copies, saying, you cannot see this stuff. However, one of the salient facts that we discovered in these pages was that the former clerk who was there in Poughkeepsie, as I said, did not record the papers. We discovered that. And they were filed, as I say, but they didn't record them. So this new clerk got very excited when we were in there and had another member of the staff, court staff, who was an attorney, sit and closely watch us while we went through some boxes to listen what we said and what we did. Whatever we copied, they examined closely. And of course, she made this statement, you cannot see this stuff. They had boxes in there. I think she was trying to reconstruct the file, actually, because a lot of it was lost or buried in the transfer from Westchester to Poughkeepsie. So she was trying to reconstruct it. And so she said, if you want to come back to this court to go through any more papers, you'll have to make an appointment to examine the papers, and you will be supervised. The situation was very hostile and contentious toward us. As a result, we did believe they were obviously hiding and covering up their misdeeds. You know, Glendora, it's very upsetting, my life, everything I went through with these things, because I was fighting for justice, let's face it. And they didn't like it. They don't want anyone fighting for justice. They want you to say, you know, well, I'll just settle for whatever I can get. Well, no, thank you. I don't do that. Anyway, I'd like to add here that the files, you know, are for public record, and their attitude was definitely exhibited to us by the individuals and officials of the court system that are paid for the public and are paid to work for us. But obviously, they weren't working for us. This should not be the attitude of any public servants in the court. They should be there to try to help you, but they weren't there. The chief clerk we had to deal with, the new one that was there, her name was Erika S. Traglia, I believe, Traglia. She was the chief clerk and an attorney. Now, in January 2001, this was when Judge Scarpino came into the Westchester court, where we were originally, as a new surrogate. And the court tried to clean up the old cases that had been lingering in that court. Emanuele, who was the judge before Scarpino, as I mentioned it. Ralph Martinelli, the Westchester newspaper owner and publisher, played an important role in trying to help me, really. I mean, he knew my husband very well, and he knew he was an honorable person, and he really felt for me. He tried very hard. And of course, he owned a newspaper, so he could publish anything. He had a meeting with the former judge, Emanuele, and he extracted the important and critical information from Albert Emanuele that White and Case had abandoned my husband's estate when they filed papers approximately 2 months after death, after being designated as an estate attorney, and they represented Bankers Trust, their enduring client, for repayment of a loan from my husband. And it was $500,000, and they took it from the estate. But they represented Bankers Trust. They were their attorney. So there's a big conflict there. How could they be the estate attorney also? And Judge Emanuele pointed that out to Ralph Martinelli, the newspaper publisher. Now, there was another thing that was also wrong, and that he just wouldn't reveal. It was too serious. But we found it out later, as I will let you know. Now, shortly after Judge Scarpino became judge, Leo Malonis, the attorney at Pillsbury Winthrop law firm, covering for White & Case, went for summary judgment against the children and my objections, which were filed by my first attorney, Peter Raymond. Leo Malonis and Bankers Trust wanted to throw out all my objections to their accounting. The convicted felon, Bankers Trust Company, and their attorneys failed to reveal that Bankers Trust Company, that had been purchased by Deutsche Bank, had been convicted of 3 federal felonies and could not act as a fiduciary. Mr. Malonis, then former chief administrative judge of the state of New York, produced a certificate of relief from disabilities from the New York State Parole Board, and stated that this was their get-out-of-jail-free card, absolving the bank of all federal felonies, permitting them to act as a fiduciary in their fiduciary capacity. However, we were later informed by a former surrogate judge and former U.S. assistant attorney, and learned that this was all a fraud by Bankers Trust and their attorneys, since the state of New York, could not wipe away any felony charges. So the certificate of relief from the New York State Parole Board was just another fraudulent scam by the convicted federal felons, Bankers Trust Company, and their attorneys, to prevent a major revolt and departure of their trust and estates business. I mean, that's what they were trying to cover, of course. The court threw out many of my objections and then tried to force us into a settlement. And this is when the judge's law secretary, Rob DiBella, now Supreme Court judge, asked me what I wanted, as you recall. And that's when my response was justice. His response was, as you may recall, I think I mentioned this before, was, there is no justice in this court. And he went into the other room to speak to Leo Malonis and David Kiko of Pillsbury Winthrop law firm, representing the bank. And they did not want to speak to me. He went in the other room and asked them, would they speak to me? They said no, they wouldn't speak to me. I wanted justice, they're not going to speak to me. So now don't you ask yourself, is the fox in charge of the hen house? Isn't the court in charge? Shouldn't they say, you must speak to her? It's all getting very clear, isn't it? It's one big happy family. Here I am, the widow, the legal executor, and main beneficiary. And this is just another shovel full of bad faith and disrespect from the convicted federal felons, Bankers Trust Company, and their attorneys, aided and abetted by the surrogate court. They had hatched the scheme to divide and conquer, separating the children from me, which ended up the children settling for a small percentage of what they were supposed to get. And they executed a secret settlement document with the estate, which I was not permitted to see as an executor. and it has been sealed by the court. Also sealed by Rutherfurd, White & Case, Bankers Trust, Mr. Malonis, and Mr. Kiko. Now, one of my last attorneys, I added a new attorney by suggestion, who filed an answer to the summary judgment. The judge threw some out, some of my objections. It was all fixed. Again, it was fixed. And another thing I might point out, when you go to new attorneys, and I used to, I wouldn't ask anymore. I mean, I could ask, but I mean, I know the answer. But a lot of these attorneys, when you say, do you think you could settle this? Are you able to settle this? They don't look at you straight in the eye, or they kind of talk around it, but they don't answer you. The answer is then you better watch out, because they're not going to settle it, but they'll take your money. Okay, so now we spoke to other victims, and they said DeBella, the one who wouldn't have the other side speak to me, said they settled 20 cases. Now, these are people that evidently just decided they better settle. What are they going to do? For little, whatever they get. So he said, well, we settled 20 cases. However, there is one crazy old lady who will not settle. Well, of course, that was me. And the fella told one of my group, he said, it was Suzanne. So DeBella tried to frighten the children and me by telling us if we do not settle, we'll be in court another 10 years. Well, how about 20 years? Because that's what it's been. So the children got afraid and settled for little, very little. Maybe, I don't know, a tenth of what they were supposed to get. It was very little. By the way, my next attorney was recommended by Stan Smith of Ayers organization. We also worked through them, namely Ray Dowd. He suggested him. Well, I'm going to tell you. Ray Dowd went through the motions. Here's another one of my attorney for 1 year and charged me $250,000 for 1 year. And what he did is he worked constantly, and one of my group was trying to run around and work for him, and we were trying to save money making copies because he was saying what exorbitant money my copies were going to be for the court, and he ended up making many drafts, including a draft trying to get repayment for me for legal fees for fighting my husband's estate as an executor. However, he never filed them. They were all really completed, but he just never filed any of these papers. So actually, all my attorneys set me up for a fall. They take your money and then basically gave up. And they charge you while their meter is running. Of course, I have this written down here, charge me while their meter was running. Some of this I have to read and check because with the years and everything that went on, there's so many little things that I like to make people alerted about, because I think they have a bag of tricks and they really know what they're doing with their tricks, I mean. Another alert I have here, another story. Is Peter Raymond set me up, my original lawyer, who I had for about 3 years, and I paid for the children and myself the legal fees. He sued me for additional legal fees after 3 years. And I showed an interest that I wanted to settle if they could please try. Basically, it ended up they wanted to bankrupt me. I think the bank probably got to them or whatever. And now Peter Raymond had a retainer agreement. He had a deposition when he sued me. He decided he was going to sue me for additional fees. I asked him, I had a meeting with him and Tom Amlick, his partner, and of Hall Dickler, who later the firm went bankrupt, but they were a firm for many years. And I had been with them for 3 years with the children, and I said that we would really like to, have a settlement if they could do it. So anyway, he made a deal evidently with the bank. I really don't know the inside story because I wasn't there, but we put a lot of the pieces together. And he had a retainer agreement with the children that if I stopped paying the legal fees, they would be responsible. Well, when he sued me, he hired this unbelievable attorney, Lenny Benowich, who, you talk about, I call him dirty, but he was something else. He knew what kind of real difficult attorney to hire, of course, because he was attorney in Westchester. They're all in Westchester together, where the court is. It's one big happy family. So anyway, at the deposition he had with Lenny Benowich in charge, and I told him right out at the deposition, he's like a dictator. That's what I told Lenny Benowich. Got furious at me. No, it's like a dictator, like a Nazi. I'm sorry about that word, but these people, the way they treat a human being is unbelievable. Anyway, Peter Raymond, who represented me, couldn't produce a signed retainer from me, which I figured there would be one, of course, but he couldn't produce it. He didn't have it. So, which actually said, if I stop paying, the children are responsible. Well, he didn't want to go after that at all. He was going to let the children, I think the children still had to pay something out of the estate money for legal fees, but the children decided to settle. I had already paid him $200,000, including expenses, I think, approximately. So, now, my notes. Since I was okay, this is getting, I'm sorry, I thought I had this in line, and evidently I went beyond in here. Then I guess when he sued me, I, through another friend, he had recommended another attorney, Mark Oxman from Westchester. So he came in and he decided he would file answers to a summary judgment that I guess Malonis had put out against me. So that was when DeBella said to the children, you'll be in court for 10 years, and he was trying to convince them to settle. The bank in White case, they set me up and got Peter Raymond to sue me for the additional fees. That was it. They were behind it all. Basically, they wanted to bankrupt me, yes. Okay, now Peter Raymond had a retainer, as I said, for the children, but he couldn't produce one for me. He claimed I owed him he took it, Lenny Benowich, they took it to the Supreme Court Judge Louis Barone. And as we found out later, through all this mess, we found out that legal fees should only be settled with the surrogate court, not Supreme Court. So actually everything is null and void, what they did. But they had Lenny Benowich, he brought me to the Supreme Court. So when I learned it was all no good, that was too late, of course, afterwards, since all the estate matters should go to surrogate court. Now, Peter Raymond, when he hired Lenny Benowich, he went so far as to get a court order. Lenny Benowich went so far as to take a court order, and he took my Social Security money out of, which I think was around $37,000, out of my account in Florida, which is a violation of the federal law. Then he also attempted to open my safe deposit box in Westchester County. I hired a private detective to be at the bank, and the bank refused to open the box for Lenny Benowich because his demand had no legal standing. It was harassment and intimidation. Then on top of it, Lenny Benowich attempted to get money out of a Charles Schwab account I had, which was quite a large account, and he was using Judge Barone's paperwork, and Schwab laughed at him and told him it was illegal. So now Benowich, Lenny Benowich, that dirty attorney, had Judge Barone rule that the Westchester County Sheriff post a notice on the front door of my home that they could seize all my property unless I came up with an exorbitant amount of money. I had two separate attorneys at that point with all this mess, with this horrible thing that went on. I had two separate attorneys, and the Judge Barone called for a private conference with all the attorneys. And I remember he always, in the courtroom, he was always calling for his assistant clerk, who evidently, probably secretary, who was a legal secretary probably. He kept calling her, Amy, Amy, are you here? Amy, where are you? I don't know if the guy was afraid or what, but anyway, we were in a private conference, and anyway, this is something. One of my attorneys, I had two attorneys there, and the judge called for a meeting in the conference room, in his conference room, his back chambers. So we waited outside, and one of my attorneys came out of the conference and said to me, you know, Suzanne, you're really entitled to $100,000 refund from all these legal fees. However, the judge wants you to come up with a bank check of $125,000. So my attorney said, it's not right, but Suzanne, they suggested, even though it's not right, we suggest you pay it to get this all behind you. So I reluctantly agreed, and my attorney went back into the conference room and informed the judge that I would agree to pay the $125,000. Now, when they handed the judge my check, then he said, do you think we could get $50,000 more out of her? The attorney asked the judge if Bankers Trust Company / Deutsche Bank and White & Case in Pillsbury, Winthrop were behind this whole dirty deal. And he nodded his head and nodded yes. My attorney said, I'm going to report you. So the judge said, he threatened him. He said, if your coming back here. You're coming back to the Westchester courts, and I'll get you. And he said, my attorney said, I haven't been here for 20 years and I won't be back for another 20 years. So he told the judge, don't you dare threaten me. Then the judge retaliated, can't even pronounce my words. I mean, this is just so upsetting to me, and imposed $260,000 in legal fees and added, listen to this, added interest of $150,000, totaling $410,000. Or, if I didn't pay it, I'd be in danger of losing my home and all my possessions. I think I have to end it here, Glendora. And I will continue in my next dramatic episode. It's quite upsetting. Thank you. Does that mean it's David? Okay, Glendora, this is episode 6. About the procedure I'm going through with the courts and so forth, and which is a nightmare in itself. But anyway, in January 2001, the judge, Anthony Scarpino, became the new judge in Westchester Surrogate Court. And the court tried to clean up the old cases that had been lingering in the previous Judge Emanuele's court. Now, Judge Emanuele agreed to meet with the Westchester newspaper publisher owner, Ralph Martinelli, who played an important role in trying to help me. He knew my husband and liked him very much, and he remembered him quite a bit. So he, tried to help me with these things. Anyway, Ralph Martinelli met with the former judge, Emanuele, and he extracted from him the important information that White and Case had abandoned the estate as an estate attorney when they filed papers on behalf of their enduring client, Bankers Trust Company. It was for a repayment of a loan of $500,000 that my husband owed, which would be paid from the McCormick Estate. But since White and Case had represented their enduring client, Bankers Trust Company, they really abandoned the estate. Legally, they were not allowed to continue with the estate. But this happened around 2 months after death, and White and Case, namely Mr. Rutherfurd, fraudulently continued to say that they were the estate attorney, which I believe was actually criminal, since it was a serious conflict. Now, he said there were 2 conflicts. Judge Emanuele said 2 serious things in the estate at that point. But the other one he really didn't want to reveal. So we did a lot of research, and we finally found out ourselves what it was, which I can mention a little later. It happened that another friend and victim by the name of Jonathan Manny Place also heard a radio interview with the new judge who was coming in, Anthony Scarpino, revealing that he worked for the FBI, and then, believe it or not, he worked 2 years for Bankers Trust Company. Well, as we know now, that was another conflict, another red light. And it wasn't just Jonathan Manny Place and McCormick Estate. There were other estates also, some who probably don't want their names mentioned. But they also were, with the conflict. They were with Bankers Trust. They were involved with Bankers Trust. at this point, who was actually a convicted federal felon. Now, my situation was I had an attorney by the name of Peter Raymond, who was with Hall Dickler law firm, and he filed, I had been with him about 3 years, from 1997 to around 2000, 2001. Anyway, it was namely one lawyer there by the name of Peter Raymond, and he filed objections against the bank's alleged final accounting before he abandoned me. But really, after 3 years, he abandoned me, and he spoke with the children, who I was also paying legal fees for, about settlement. But they didn't officially really invite me, because of course they knew I was not going to take nothing for a settlement, or very little, whereas the children would. I think that's what he basically figured. So the game started. So then there was Leo Malonis, who was working for Pillsbury Winthrop law firm. He also filed a summary judgment after Scarpino became the new judge in 2001, I think this was, against me and the children to remove all objections that Peter Raymond had filed. He was actually a former chief administrative judge of New York State who joined the Pillsbury Winthrop firm, of which David Kiko belonged, who was representing the bank, covering for Win Rutherfurd of White and Case. One covers for the other. They hire the other one. So anyway, this filing business gets very confused, because actually then the new attorney after Peter Raymond was Mark Oxman of Westchester, and he filed a response to the summary judgment filed by Leo Malonis and Bankers Trust. Also, the new attorney, Oxman, tried to get Scarpino, the judge, to recuse himself. We waited quite a while. He would not recuse himself. He refused to do it. So we waited, and finally we got publicity, which I have here up on the camera, which it's always a job getting publicity, because of course the bank will try to stop it if they can. I've had that several times. So anyway, this is a picture that I have up here of in my home in Dobbs Ferry, where they had all the posters around me, and widow victimized by Bankers Trust, and Judge Scarpino worked for Bankers Trust. So that was what we picketed with at times. We had different signs, but these were the important ones. Now in August, it was in August 2000, I don't know the exact year, 2000 probably, Scarpino called a settlement conference. At the settlement conference, the lawyer for the court, Rob DeBella, gave a talk to the children and myself in the law library, trying to frighten us about telling us that if we did not settle now, we could be in court another 10 years. Well, when I look back, of course, he should have said 20 years. But anyway, we spoke to other victims, and DeBella had told them that the court settled, after all these talks with us, settled 20 cases. However, they said there's one crazy old lady who will not settle. And of course, the people we know, they right away knew it was me. Now, when he had a meeting in the law library, he had a separate meeting for me. First he had a meeting with the children, and he got them frightened, and he knew, I guess, that he could get them to settle for a little amount. So he had a separate meeting for me in the law library in the judge's office, which included my attorney, and Rob DeBella asked me what I wanted. And my response, I waited, I hesitated, and I said justice. And his response, as I recall, was, "There is no justice in this court." He then said, "Would you like me to speak to the bank's attorneys in the next room?" Which was Leo Malonis and David Kiko of Pillsbury Winthrop, representing the bank. I answered and said, "Yes, of course." He went into the next room, and he came back after he spoke to them, stating, "They do not want to speak to you." Now this is another shovel of bad faith, and thrown into a widow's face. I mean, this is a continuation of how they react. I mean, it's really the fox in charge of the hen house. I mean, you would think that the court would be in charge, wouldn't you? That they would say, no, I asked the bank to definitely come in here and speak with you. But no, they said they didn't want to speak with me. So, I know it reminds me of when we picketed in front of Deutsche Bank. There was a general counsel of Deutsche Bank, because Deutsche Bank had purchased Bankers Trust Company in 1999. Anyway, we were picketing out there, and the general counsel of Deutsche Bank came out by the name of Trollin Link. And he took one of our leaflets, and he asked us what we really wanted. We said, well, we would like to have settlement talks. We'd like to settle. So he said, fine. He said, I will try to arrange it. So he did. And some people told us as we were picketing, some limousines drove up with people coming out with boxes of documents into the bank, and they said it was for the McCormick Estate. Now, we found out Mr. Kiko, he wrote us, that is, or spoke to us, I forget exactly, but he made 3 demands, I know, which we hesitated first, and then we agreed and said yes, we would go along with his demands. I think one was no picketing and whatever. Anyway, finally, when we were ready to have settlement talks, Mr. Kiko said, well, you know, we decided that your demands, our demands differences are too far apart. So again, it was in bad faith. I mean, how could he say that? Because I still don't understand. We never spoke about the issues. We didn't speak about them. We just agreed. And he said that our differences are too far apart. So he refused to meet with us. A little later, we found out that Trollin Link had left the bank, or I don't know whether he left on his own or what happened, but he did leave. They continually tried to divide and conquer. They were trying to get the children away from me, to get them to settle, and then I would be the last one standing. That was their strategy. So they got the children to settle for a very small percentage of what they were entitled to, and then executed a secret settlement agreement, which I was not, as an executor and wife and main beneficiary, I was not permitted to see it as a legal executor. They said at one point, well, if I signed certain papers, I would be able to see it, and I refused. I said, no, I'm an executor. So, you know, we wondered what was all in this settlement, and anyway, the fraudulent executor, Bankers Trust Company, and all executors were named. They signed for it. Eddie Jr., Herman, one of the other executors, L. House, the other executor, Bankers Trust, and White and Case. So they all signed, but they didn't have me sign it. Very interesting. Anyway, we did receive in the mail an anonymous lead to a website which had a purported unsigned draft copy of the settlement agreement. Part of this draft agreement involving all the parties included a letter stating that the bank had done no wrong, or words to that effect. So, I mean, who would ever sign a thing like that when you're struggling to get what you deserve, what you're supposed to have, and then you say the bank did no wrong? No, I mean, anyway, we discovered that Bankers Trust Company became a convicted federal felon. And as a result, they are prohibited by law from acting in any fiduciary capacity, which I can explain more later. But because of this, I guess, as far as federal felonies, Leo Malonis produced a certificate of relief from disabilities from the New York State Parole Board, which is, people think it's basically a get-out-of-jail-free card. What he should have been aware of or admitted is that it's no good, because this is a federal case, and it's the state of New York cannot whitewash a federal felony, and this was a federal felony. So he probably didn't want to admit that. It ends up I have to know all about the law fighting for my justice according to the written will, because if you do not know the truth, they can cheat you in any manner or way that they want. So it's too bad that my husband and I picked White and Case and Bankers Trust Company because we thought they were real professionals. My husband knew more than I did, but he had 5 executors to try to help me to, get what he had left me. And it's just too bad that these people try to take advantage of a widow and do what they did to me. I believe the certificate of relief from the New York State Parole Board was just another fraudulent scam by the convicted federal Felons Bankers Trust Company and their attorneys to prevent a major revolt and departure of their trust and estate business, because they have a lot of trust in estates. It brings a lot of money to them. So, they tried everything they could. My next attorney was Ray Dowd. He was recommended by Stan Smith of Ayers. We met a lot of people because through picketing and even publicity, people would call us and say they had the same problem or whatever they had. And so Stan Smith recommended this attorney. Well, we went and we decided to go with him. He went through the motions, this attorney, for about 1 year, minus charging me $250,000 for 1 year. They spent hours making up drafts. Actually, one was to claim legal fees for me as an executor fighting for justice in my husband's estate. However, they were not filed. They went through all kinds of drafts and, we'll file this, and then they never did. So finally, they did file a motion in regard to Deutsche Bank to open up the substitution of fiduciary to see if the McCormick Estate was transferred from Bankers Trust to Bankers Trust of New York. And I can go into that court case a little bit later. But that's the one thing that lawyer did, Ray Dowd. Now, Peter Raymond, my first attorney, had a signed retainer agreement from me. I was with him for like 3 years, and I paid for the children and myself the legal fees. And he had a signed retainer agreement with the children, and he had one, I believe, with me. But when he sued me, he ended up suing me for alleged legal fees. Because, see, the children had settled for a little, very little. And we were with him, but he did not actually officially invite me or encourage me, basically, to come to a settlement, even though I had met with Peter Raymond and his partner, Tom Amlick, in their office and said, look, I've been paying for the children and myself for about 3 years now, and I would really like to settle. I don't continually want to pay. So he ended up, we could tell they just wouldn't listen to me, so to speak. It was like they didn't hear me. They just didn't answer. So we figured we smelled something wrong. But anyway, it ended up that Peter Raymond got the children to settle for little. And, of course, I was left standing. So then it ended up, sure enough, Peter Raymond decided to sue me for more legal fees. But I had no settlement. So Peter Raymond had his signed retainer agreement with the children, and when he sued me for alleged legal fees, he could not produce a signed retainer agreement with me. And this was at a deposition that he had. And he claimed the suit was in regard to the purported legal fee that he claimed I owed, which was brought before a state Supreme Court judge, namely Louis Barone. Now, we learned later, we didn't know at the time, that he cannot sue me for legal fees in the Supreme Court. It has to be done in the surrogate court. Well, we didn't know that at the time. We were told that later. And my attorneys never related that to me in any way. So, it ended up, so basically, I found out later that everything they did was basically and legally, it was null and void. But anyway, I went through the mill with all of this, so to speak. Peter Raymond hired an attorney to represent him by the name of Lenny Benowich to oversee all these illegal activities he was going to bring up, and even went so far as to get a court order to take Social Security money out of my account in Florida, which is a violation of federal law, as I understand. They also, Lenny Benowich was a pretty tricky attorney, pretty experienced at trying to do his dirty tricks. And he attempted to open my safe deposit box, have it opened in Westchester County. So someone warned me about it ahead of time, and I hired a private detective to be at the bank, and the bank refused to open the box for Lenny Benowich because his demand had no legal standing, they said. It was harassment and intimidation for sure. He also attempted to get to a large amount of money of mine that was at a Charles Schwab Corporation. And when he got there, he was using Judge Barone, who was the judge in the Supreme Court who had my case. He used his paperwork. But when they got to the Charles Schwab Corporation, they laughed at him and told him, said this was illegal. They would not turn over my money to him. So then Lenny Benowich had Judge Barone rule that the Westchester County Sheriff post a notice on the front door of my home that they could seize all my property unless I came up with an exorbitant amount of money. Now, you don't tell me this was harassment of the highest order. Now, I hired 2 separate attorneys that they were recommended to us through friends of my group. And we hired them, and the judge called for a private conference with all the attorneys. One of the attorneys I hired came out of the conference and said to me, you know, really you're entitled to $100,000 refund, which, because of the way things went with the children, I was entitled to $100,000 refund with legal fees, whatever. However, the judge wants you to come in with a bank check of $125,000. As my attorneys, they suggested, even though it's not right, we suggest you pay it to get this all behind you. Just get the whole mess behind you. I discussed it and I reluctantly agreed. And my attorney went back into the conference room and informed the judge that I would agree to pay the $125,000. I got the bank check, and when they handed him my check, the judge then said, I don't know if anyone can believe this, but the judge said, do you think we could get $50,000 more out of her? My one attorney asked the judge, there were 2 attorneys there, but the one attorney asked the judge if Bankers Trust Company and Deutsche Bank and White & Case in Pillsbury were behind this. And he nodded his head yes. My attorney said, I'm going to report you. So the judge threatened him by saying, you're going to be back in the Westchester courts and I'll get you. And my attorney said, I haven't been here for 20 years and I will not be back for 20 years. And I will not be back for probably forever. So he told the judge, don't you dare threaten me. Okay, now the judge retaliated and imposed a $260,000 in legal fees, and then, believe it or not, he added interest of $150,000, totaling $410,000. Or if I didn't pay it, I'd be in danger of losing my home and all my possessions. So I had to go out and get and secure a very expensive mortgage on my home to settle this illegal judgment, which caused problems for me later. Glendora, I think my time is about up here for this episode, so I'll end it here and speak to you on another episode next week. Thank you. Okay, Glendora, we're starting episode 7 now, and to review the last episode, the end of it was that the judge was retaliating. He was going to sock me with $260,000 in legal fees, and actually, by the way, I was owed $100,000. So he got the $260,000, and then he added interest of $150,000. That totaled $410,000. Or I would be in danger of losing my home and all my assets. So I had to go out and secure a very expensive mortgage on my home because I had to get it quickly, and I was charged a lot of interest to settle this illegal judgment, which caused problems for me later also. Okay, so much for that nightmare. Now, from here, we're going to go on to I met a gentleman in my church because I had a lot of publicity. And, I was in Absolute Magazine, Forbes, Fortune, Worth, Manhattan Style, New York Post, Palm Beach papers, the Post and the Daily News, and others. I mean, we worked hard. We were spiked with a lot of them, but we did get into some of the papers. So a member of my church saw me in one of the articles in Forbes, and seeing me in church, he asked if he could see me at the coffee hour and suggested perhaps he could help me. He was of German national, and he knew the chairman of Deutsche Bank in Germany, and of course he spoke German, and also was a management consultant, so he knew how to review the financial assets and liabilities of the estate. So being from the same church, I trusted him, and I saw him different times in church, so I agreed verbally that if he could settle this after he went through records and so forth, I was prepared to honor an agreement regarding compensation, which he agreed with. So he spent time, I would say about 3 years, going through documents. I paid for 2 trips to Germany plus expenses, since he indicated he would prepare to speak at a shareholders meeting, and he knew executors of the bank that he could speak with. He kept in touch with us by phone. In those days, I guess they didn't use, texting too much and all that. So anyway, he kept in touch by the phone. And Alex spoke his name was Alex Lehman, he spoke at shareholders meetings. He suggested that I buy some stock in Deutsche Bank, and that way he could, as a shareholder, he could represent me at a meeting. Now, at the meeting, when he went to the shareholders meeting, the attorney for a man by the name of Leo Kirsch, who had a European media empire, was suing Deutsche Bank for like $5 billion. And Leo Kirsch's attorneys came up to Alex and gave him their card and asked if he would call them. Alex indicated he had trouble getting in touch with them, and then he told us he lost their card, which was difficult to comprehend because we thought it was, a good connection. My group was able, through a contact though, to reach out to the Kirsch attorneys and had a in-depth conversation with them, exchanging thoughts, a Bankers Trust Company, Deutsche Bank, that they were a convicted United States federal felon, and so forth. So that worked out okay. Following this encounter, we became leery of Alex Lehman's loyalty, though, since this was, really a golden opportunity, which he failed to take advantage of. Now, David Kiko, the bank's attorney representing the bank in my case, now wanted a deposition of Alex Lehman. Well, Alex got a little nervous and a little concerned about it, and I think the bank was concerned because he spoke about me at a shareholders meeting. I mean, to make any of this public, they don't like. So I presume this made the bank nervous. Perhaps Alex also he did get concerned, so he told me his wife wanted him to get paid after this was over with, the deposition. And of course I replied that our verbal agreement was if he could settle, I would compensate him if he could settle it. Then he said he'd have to sue me for $80,000. And I will say he did a 90-page document from all the records, what the present worth of the estate would be at that time, which was like 2003, and the assets and liabilities of the estate and so forth. So he did have the document, however, he didn't settle the case. I was quite upset and discussed it with the pastor of our church, and he felt, according to biblical teachings and the fact that he is a fellow member offering to help a widow, he should not be paid at all. Well, then the pastor called me and said that he suggested a meeting with Alex, myself, and one of my group, if I so desired, in the pastor's office. my group was quite concerned and discussed it, decided not to participate since they did not trust Alex. I guess in retrospect, I probably should have gone to a meeting. So Alex sued me. And believe it or not, and it cost me about $40,000, which bled me of more money with no settlement with the bank. I then had written many, we had written, my group and myself helped me write many letters trying to reach out to private individuals, corporate leaders, you know, about my nightmare. We kept working at it. Now I'll go to the fact, my third, actually it was my fifth attorney, but the others were rather short-lived, the first two. And then came Peter Raymond, and then came Mark Oxman. And then came Ray Dowd. Now Ray Dowd is the one who charged me $250,000, first of all, for 1 year. But he did a lot of drafts, just continually did drafts of motions he was going to put in, but he never filed them. So, and one of my group was helping him a lot, doing all the running and the copying and everything else, but they never got filed. So finally there was one motion at the end that one of my group had convinced him, you better get this in, something. So it was a motion to open up the substitution of fiduciary to see if the McCormick Estate was transferred from Bankers Trust Company to Bankers Trust Company of New York. Now, this was something we weren't completely aware of, all the details in this kind of thing. However, they actually got threatened when they filed the papers by the bank. Leo Malonis and David Kiko evidently told them that if they filed these papers about the substitution, that they would sanction, they would put into sanction Mark Oxman. Ray Dowd. Ray Dowd was his name, and Suzanne McCormick. So Ray Dowd got on the phone with us and really was frantic, like he just, oh, we can't file this, we absolutely can't. I mean, this is how the bank will threaten lawyers, because one lawyer even said to me, he said, you know, Suzanne, I have a family I have to support. I can't lose my license. And these people, this is what they do to people. And I'm sure even with politics, this is what goes on. They threaten people. So the point is, then they withdrew their papers, but the court hearing was still going to take place, even though it was put in that they were drawing their papers. So this was around 2003. We found, first of all, from different victims of the bank, that they had received, clients of the bank, I guess, they had received a letter from William Wilkie, managing director of the Trust Department of Bankers Trust Company. Deutsche Bank purchased Bankers Trust Company in 1999. So since Bankers Trust Company had a federal felony, then Deutsche Bank wanted to change the name from Bankers Trust Company. Of course, when they purchased it, it was a substitution of fiduciary to Bankers Trust Company of New York. So they didn't give the reason, but they sent all these letters to all these trusts and estates. And it's my understanding, since the trust and estates would be transferred from Bankers Trust Company to Bankers Trust Company of New York, that became a legal entity. That was September 7, 1999. Now, Jonathan Manny Place, another victim, went to the probate surrogate court in Greenwich, Connecticut, trying to find out if that court had received the papers saying there would be a substitution of fiduciary with any clients. And when he checked there, it had not been filed there, even though the affidavit of service by White and Case stated it had been filed. Then he got concerned, so as a result, he wrote to all the courts listed on the affidavit of service by White and Case, stating they had been filed, He wanted to check if they were filed. As a result, he wrote all the courts, as I say, on the affidavit of service, asking if they had received the substitution papers. Most all of them that replied indicated they had never received the substitution of fiduciary papers. The one thing Ray Dowd did was file papers as to whether the McCormick Estate was transferred from Bankers Trust Company to Bankers Trust Company of New York. Now, we were not, at that point, we hadn't really discovered what was on the Letters Testamentary. So it went to New York State Supreme Court, and the judge was Carla Moskowitz. Now, we knew a certain state senator that we went and discussed with her my case. When I told her about my nightmare case, she phoned the New York State Attorney General, Eliot Spitzer, at that time. And Eliot Spitzer then called, I think at that time he might have called, but he was in contact before too with Anthony Scarpino, the judge, and had a sit-down talk with him. But he also got in touch this time with Judge Moskowitz about my case. And he said he was interested in the case. Ray Dowd, my attorney at that time, got quite concerned about us investigating this, since he evidently got some kind of threats. As I tell you, he got threats. Okay. Now, these are in my notes. So we insisted on appearing in court. I mean, we told Ray Dowd, no, we wanted to appear in court. Now, one result was that the bank's attorneys covering for White and Case, namely David Kiko, renounced any role in any trust for McCormick Estate, which, as you know, they were supposed to form a trust. But they mishandled so much money, as when Rutherfurd said, there's so much money in this estate, it will never run out. So they mishandled a lot of money, and we've tracked down a good part of it. But some of it, of course, we wouldn't know everything, but we know a lot. And then my attorney advised the court that his client was withdrawing. My attorney advised that I was withdrawing her application in all aspects, and he sent his young attorney, Jason Bogley, to join me in court. So that's one thing David Kiko did. He renounced any role in any trust for McCormick. Now, there was only one problem. Evidently, Eliot Spitzer had sent Judge Moskowitz a letter or a note and said he was interested in my case. So we had suspected, of course, that my attorneys got cold feet and possibly threatened by the bank's attorneys, which we know now they did. Now, when the judge asked for the files, which, by the way, the McCormick Estate was sealed, so she asked them to get the files out on the substitution to see if McCormick Estate was listed on the substitution from Bankers Trust Company to Bankers Trust Company of New York. Then at that time, when she opened the files, she said, oh, I have a note here. First of all, Leo Malona stood up and he said, she is trying to put the bank out of business, referring to me, of course. And the judge then was handed a letter from Eliot Spitzer, the New York State Attorney General, stating he had interest in my case. Now, I want to say I've never tried, Glendora, to put the bank out of business. I'm not trying to do that. Actually, why would I even want to? I want to get it out of business. In reality, I mean, I wouldn't want to. In my opinion, Mr. Malonis and Mr. Kiko, the bank's attorneys, are the ones who are going to put the bank out of business. So they got nervous because I'm finding out what criminality they are guilty of. You see, they started getting nervous, and we didn't put all the dots together. It's like a puzzle. I mean, you have to figure out, why are they doing this? Why did they do that? Why did they get nervous? Why did they do this or that? And they're trying to figure out what I'm doing. So the biggest crime, in my opinion, is a cover-up, which is what they continually keep doing. Because I'm finding out what criminality they're guilty of. So at that very time in the court, we didn't quite put everything together. What we discovered later, it dawned on us, of course, the McCormick Estate was already, the Letters Testamentary were made out to Bankers Trust Company of New York, which was illegal. It was supposed to be Bankers Trust Company. The other estates were transferred to Bankers Trust Company of New York in 1999. That was 10 years after my husband's death. But in my husband's will, he had Bankers Trust Company, and that's who he nominated. And on the Letters Testamentary, when he died, they had Bankers Trust Company of New York, which was not in existence until 10 years later. So I'm sure maybe it didn't quite, the light didn't hit us right away, but I'm sure that Mr. Malonis and Mr. Kiko, they were pretty aware of these things. So, in fact, I have to say here, Mr. Kiko kept saying, oh, Bankers Trust of New York, that's geographic. Now, either Mr. Kiko doesn't know his history on Bankers Trust Company since 1903. He doesn't know his facts, or otherwise he's simply lying, which could be true also, because basically they lie and deny. So now I must add also, the law secretary then went to everyone in the courtroom and asked who was there and what they were there for. There were two young ladies who responded that they were court observers from White and Case, sitting immediately on my left. So they had people supervising. And I'll tell you another thing, is Mr. Leo Malonis, before the court started, he was nervously on the phone, I'm sure, to his masters who were giving him directions. So they were rather a little nervous about this whole setup. Now the judge stated in her decision, this was her decision, the court is unable to find that McCormick's motive in bringing this application was to harass or injure the bank, because that's what they tried to say in order to have me sanctioned, and my lawyer. But she said to bring this, my purpose was not to harass or injure the bank. And the judge further stated that they do not support the conclusion that the application was frivolous and does not prove that McCormick engaged in the sort of conduct that calls for the imposition of sanctions. So she ordered that the cross motion by Bankers Trust Company, now known as Deutsche Bank Trust Company Americas, and Bankers Trust Company of New York, now known as Deutsche Bank Trust of New York, for an award of sanctions is denied. We actually didn't put the puzzle together, as I say, at that time. I'm repeating a little bit because I have notes and then I try to ad lib, and it gets so I repeat. Anyway, we didn't put the puzzle together that in the McCormick Estate they could not transfer from Bankers Trust Company to Bankers Trust Company of New York, the new entity, because it was already illegally listed in our Letters Testamentary at the time of death, when it wasn't a company then, as Bankers Trust Company of New York, dated January 25, 1989. Sorry, the phone went off. Which was not in existence at that time. So you see their problem. So they quickly renounced any trust in the McCormick Estate. no trust. Since, as I say, they were to have a trust, and the will called for a trust, but mishandled all the money, so they never formed one. So going through this process ultimately gave us the facts and insight that we revealed the named entity on the permanent letters testamentary dated January 5, 1989. And they had Bankers Trust of New York. It was fraudulent. I guess looking back, we should not have been surprised, since Bankers Trust Company was, believe you me, they're a convicted federal felon. Now, I don't know if in the past I had said that Leo Malonis tried to have a certificate of relief of disabilities, which he thought he could pull that over on us too. But the point is, their crime is federal, and the certificate of relief of disabilities is for state. So it doesn't cover their criminal felony. So he tried to say, well, we have a certificate of relief for disabilities, which most people think of it as a get out of jail free card. But that didn't cover them in this case. So you see, they can lie or try to do anything, in my opinion. That's what they do, and from what I see. But if you don't know your law, and you don't know, it's like if you had a heart operation and you said, wait a minute, if I have a heart operation, I'm going to have to go to medical school and learn about how they do it before I have it, to be sure they do right. I mean, it's unreal what goes on. So they take advantage of people. In fact, I know of one victim, a woman, which I might have said earlier in my notes, I don't know, but she had cancer, breast cancer, and she was having chemotherapy treatments, and she needed money. And finally the judge did allow her some money from her trust, and she was entitled to much more. But he finally allowed her some, but the bank wouldn't pay her, and he wouldn't enforce his ruling. So she died. Actually, she couldn't keep getting her expensive chemotherapy treatments. So, you know, I'm revealing this, Glendora, because people do not understand all this. They just really are not informed at all. Now, since we do a lot of publicity, I'm going to say, I don't know how many minutes I have left on this episode, but I am going to say that we got publicity with the Palm Beach Post. And that happened because Mark Oxman, I had him as a lawyer. He was my second one. Cost me $100,000. And he filed papers, but he was the one who wanted me to, he didn't discuss it with me, but the lawyer in the court, if you remember, asked me what I wanted, and I said justice. So they were upset, and he went to speak in the other room to Malonis and Kiko, and of course when I said justice, they said, no, we don't want to talk with her. So we're not going to negotiate with her. So I thought the court was in charge, but instead they come back and tell me, well, they don't want to talk with you. I mean, you know, but anyway, now, Mark Oxman said to me, he said afterwards when the thing was finished with him, he said, listen, if you pick it 21 days in a row, they will settle, because they don't want the publicity. So guess what? I had the house in Florida that my husband left to me. So I decided I'd go down there, and I picketed 21 days. And mostly by myself. Sometimes it was with another person. But occasionally it was by myself, and I kept in touch with my New York people as I was there. In fact, I was picketing, And when I started, the bank said, she can't do this. So they called the police and everything, and he said, well, the police said, I guess you can't really do that. I said, why not? So I went to the county office in Palm Beach, and I said, show me in black and white where it says I cannot, as a United States citizen, I cannot picket or protest, and I'm on a public sidewalk. So they said, okay, we don't have it printed in front of us, but we'll look for it. I said, okay, let me know in a day, and if you find it, I want to know. Well, I didn't hear from them, so I called a day later, and they said, well, no, they couldn't find it. So it ended up that I ended up picketing. I didn't stop. They had no proof. So now, Glendora, again, I'm going to have to end this episode, and I will I'll tell the remainder part of this on the next episode. Okay, thank you. Talk to you later. See you next week. Okay, Glendora, I'm starting episode 8 now. Where I left off was my attorney, Mark Oxman, had suggested, he said, if you picket 21 days in a row, I'm sure they will settle. So when I went down to Florida, the Deutsche Bank, one of their they have a separate building down there which Bankers Trust used to be in. So I decided that I was going to picket for 21 days. And I think a couple of the days I might have had someone with me, but basically I had to do it alone. And as I said quickly before, was that the police stopped me. It's a public sidewalk, of course, in the front. And in Palm Beach there, it's quite elegant. They have a two-way thing with an aisle and grass in between. And it was, a pleasant atmosphere, actually, but the weather was warm. But the police came on motorcycles, and they said, they don't want you to picket anymore. And I said, well, I need proof that I can't, And they said, well, they're telling us you can't do it. So anyway, I said, okay, I'll go to the county office. So I did. I went to the office, and I said, just show me in printed, one of your books or printed, that I'm not allowed to picket in Palm Beach or protest. And they said, well, they would have to look for it. I said, okay, I'll stop for a day and I'll be in touch with you. I'll give you one day to find it. So the next day I don't think they called me, actually. So I went to see them or call them, I think I did. And I said, what happened? They said, well, we can't find anything. I said, okay, so it means I can picket. So they didn't know what to do. So I did. They tried to tell me, oh, in elegant Palm Beach, you cannot picket. Well, I'm sorry. It doesn't go that way as far as I know. So anyway, I did picket. And I kept on the phone. I kept in touch with my people in New York on the phone because they wanted to know what was going on, how I was and all that. Then the Palm Beach Post, the paper, came to me, and the Daily News. I had been in touch with them before, I know, for other situations. Anyway, they sent someone over there to interview me, and she was very impressed with me, my determination, my reason for picketing. We always sensed that she might have had a law background. She was very informed, very intelligent. And so she interviewed me, had me in her office. She also called New York a lot and spoke with one of my group who did a lot of research and knew things, had the legal papers and everything. So they went through a lot of work and a lot of time. It took quite a bit of time. I don't know if it took a couple of months or what, but it took time to get everything in line. I know it took all the time that I was out there, the 21 days. So anyway, in 2005, It was the weekend that Donald Trump got married in Palm Beach, so there were a lot of people internationally and nationally, you know, a lot of important people came around, and that's the weekend they put it in the Post, which was really something. But I'll tell you, it was an extensive interview. It was very large in the Sunday paper, I think in the business section, and they had photos of me in there. And anyway, as I say, they spent hours, and she said, you know, I think you are only the tip of the iceberg. However, she had a huge article with the photos taken at my villa by the piano, which was in the piano, actually, my husband had purchased from my sponsors in Grand Rapids, Michigan, when I had sponsors for my music. So we had, it was a Steinway, but it was a small grand, it wasn't a large concert grand or anything. But anyway, it was a nice piano, and I had that in Florida there. So the photographer came and took pictures of me at the piano. And when the Palm Beach photographer came to my villa to take pictures, he informed me that if I was planning to go out after he finished with the photos, he said if I was planning to go out to be sure to lock all my doors. I said, well, don't worry, I always lock all my doors in the villa. So I don't know why he made a statement like that. It's very interesting, but they must have had other experiences. So since I planned to go out to get a bite to eat, I locked all the doors. And I couldn't believe when I returned to the villa, my back sliding doors were partly open. So I telephoned New York, my people in New York, the one person, and when they answered in New York, I heard at the other end, on my end, I heard them say, hello, this is White and Case, can I help you? So I asked the party in New York, I said, did you hear that? And they said, no, hear what? And I told them what they said. They said, no, I didn't hear it at this end. So obviously while I was out, they did something to my phones. It's unbelievable. I mean, now they knew all where I lived. I mean, the villa was a very nice location, you know, to live at. And they knew because the trust, William Wilkie, who was in the trust department, he used to tell me he used to go to the Ritz-Carlton across the street on the ocean. And, oh, your villa, your place is in there, huh? And there's an ice cream parlor right next door. And, oh, I go to the ice cream parlor all the time. They knew too much about me. They knew everything. So, now when the newspaper editor phoned the bank, she called when she was finished, you know, with all her research. She phoned the bank to speak and alert them about the article. Guess what the bank said? They stated, don't you dare publish that. The editor of the paper said, she checked with her other editor from what I understand, and she said, you are in the banking business and we are in the newspaper business, so mind your own business. I thought that was very clever, and I'll tell you, there aren't many papers that have the courage to say something like that, but they did. Now, they published a very large article and photos and so forth, and it was a pretty good article, really. I mean, to some extent, I guess they have to be careful in some ways, but they did a pretty good job. And the Palm Beach Daily News also had an article about the wrong entity in the Letters Testamentary, namely Bankers Trust of New York instead of Bankers Trust Company. They had Bankers Trust Company of New York instead of Bankers Trust Company in the Letters Testamentary. Bankers Trust Company of New York was not in existence at the time of my husband's death until 10 years later in 1999 when Deutsche Bank purchased the convicted federal felon Bankers Trust Company. By the way, I just want to say the Letters Testamentary, in case people don't know, and a lot of people don't know, I'm sure, is like the Bible to an estate. I mean, that's what you go by. We checked with a couple judges and told them, and they said, no, that's serious. I was interviewed by a lawyer in Eric Schneiderman's office, the Attorney General, and we told the lawyer there about the Letters Testamentary. She said, oh, that's serious. What is that? And we told her. So legally, if the name of the executor is incorrect, it makes everything null and void. Now tell me, why wouldn't any of my attorneys say anything about that? Or, of course, the court. It's really a fraud on the court. And none of my attorneys. Finally, one of my people in New York wrote the different attorneys I had and said why they brought the problem up to them, even after I left them, and said, were you aware of the fact, the Letters Testamentary? Some of them didn't even answer. And others would just try to dodge it. I mean, it was unreal. We discovered this in 2005 through the newspaper owner Ralph Martinelli, of course, because he was quizzing the Judge Emanuele at that time, and Emanuele didn't want to give it up. He just said, no, White and Case abandoned the estate 2 months after death because they represented the bank in a loan from my husband, a repayment. But he didn't want to say about the letters. I must add that the Westchester and New York City publications are very weak and do not come out with the criminal acts, as strongly as that Palm Beach Post did. Palm Beach Post, yes. I'm sure they are either threatened in the same way or another, and the Palm Beach Post was as they were, but they had a strong editor when she had proof and facts and she took time to listen. So I like strong people. I don't like these other people that are weak. They end up lying. We did not stop. We kept trying to make contact and several events took place. Now, I don't have exact dates on everything, but now we're up to year 2005, and a lot of things happened from 2005 to 2000, mainly 2014, and after that, other different things happened from 2014 to today, 2020. I think it was around, it was already 2009. We had another contact. It was, we were invited to speak for the New York State Senate Judiciary Committee. And the head of it was Senator Sampson. We came to the committee, and another victim, not a banker's trust, but a victim of another bank, several banks in fact, was Elliot Bernstein, a friend of ours, and he came to speak there also. And Gisela Weishaus, who was from the Holocaust Injustice Affair, she came there also. And they didn't want the three of us to speak. When we got there, they said, oh no, you're not going to be allowed to speak. And we said, why not? What's the problem? Well, I don't think we'll have time for you people. And they tried to avoid us. So we got a hold of another political person we knew, and asked him if he could do something about this for us. And he said, yeah, I'll get in touch with someone. So he did. Probably the same senator that got us to Elliot Spitzer. But anyway, whoever it was, he came up there, he got in contact, and he got it so that all three of us could speak. The problem is, White and Case sent two of their people there again, two women there to observe, court observers, you know. And they found out, before we got our break here through a politician, they found out that we weren't going to be allowed to speak, so they left. Well, guess what? But we were allowed to speak. So the head of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Sampson, was interested in my case, and of course we always pursued our cases too, but he was interested. And through our contacts, we got to testify, and he listened to it all, and he heard the others too, but they were, Elliot was from out of town, of course. So anyway, now, after I spoke, as I said, Senator Sampson took an interest in my story, and he met with me and then assigned his legal counsel to deal with us directly. Her name was Rita Davey. And John Sampson was the head of the group. And that was his legal counsel, and they tried to help us and had many meetings. I mean, Rita Davey had many meetings with us. And finally, after, I don't even know, maybe it was 4 months, she tried to get a lot of details. She tried to figure out what she could do. I think probably things we didn't know. They probably were threatened or turned back or whatever happened. So then she suggested we go to Attorney Eric Schneiderman, the New York State Attorney General. And so we called him, and we were assigned to a lawyer in his office. And as I say before, we told her about the Letters Testamentary and other things, but she said, oh, that's serious. Then through all this, we got connection with the TV stations. ABC News, which had Mr. Hoffer there, was the person who I spoke to. And he was very interested in my case. And he interviewed me in the back where they heard different people speak for the TV station, ABC. So he called me to the back and he wanted to talk to me. And my person from New York was with me and explained things to him and so on. He said, good. He said, I'm going to put you in touch with our producer, to interview you and so on. Well, guess what? I don't know, shortly after, when I called there, they said, oh no, the producer can't speak to you. They got to the producer. They got to the whole thing. It was dropped. So we couldn't get on. This is what happens. Injustice cannot come out. People don't want to hear it, and they'll cut it for you. So unless you know the head person of the TV station or something. But anyway, now Elliot Bernstein, our friend, also in 2003 said we're all going to file with Judge Shara Shinlin. I think it was a Supreme Court or Federal Court, one of them, I forget now. But anyway, it was a whistleblower. Christine Anderson was a whistleblower case about corruption in the First Department Judicial Committee. And she worked there. She was a lawyer, and she was a whistleblower. So we filed related to her case. And there were, I don't know, maybe 10 people that filed with us. It was in federal court, that was it. It was Judge Shara Shinlin. And I guess in the end, the court didn't want to handle these criminal cases, so it was dismissed after some time, I believe. It was sitting there for a while, and Judge Shinlin retired, as far as I know, or she left the court, either one. So there are a lot of things we tried. When I went to the Attorney General Eric Schneiderman's office, I think we were there for 7 months. I forgot the name of the lawyer in his office, a woman who interviewed us. I think I didn't call her that often. I might have called her 3 times in the 7 months and asked her, what's happening? What's going on? Well, I'm checking with some judges. And I thought, oh boy, I wonder who the judges know, So she kept saying, I'm checking, I'm doing research on it, who knows who she's calling, the bank and whatnot. So, and you know what they're going to say. So, anyway, finally, after about 7 months, I got a letter from her, and I don't have it in front of me, so I can't say the exact words. But basically, it was a short letter telling me that I should go back into court and fight it further. Well, that's what I went to her for. I mean, the injustice going on. So, you see, they couldn't. Here is Eric Schneiderman. Let me tell you. I mean, isn't he in charge of the judicial system in New York State? I mean, and they can't report criminal activity? So, what do you think when you hear these things? What's going on in this state and this country? What's going on? How can anyone get justice? As they said to me in the court, and they said to someone else, they said, there's no justice here. Tell me, what do you do? What do you do to get justice? No one knows about this unless they're faced with it themselves. So these were different people I went to. Now, we had another incident further along, which I think was 2013 maybe. It was a little bit along the way because this was in 2000, this was 2003, 2005, 2007. All of a sudden one day I had a knock on my door. Schneiderman was 2010. Okay. I had a knock on my door of my home. And I was working upstairs, and one of my group was working downstairs in the basement, I think. And they came up, and I came to the door, and they said, hello, we're here to help you. I said, who are you? And of course, thank goodness my other person was there, so I had a witness and I had someone who could also speak for me. He said, where are you from? She said, well, Protective Services. We can help you. And I said, help me with what? Well, if we can come in and talk, we could just help you. And he said, no, do you have a card? Well, no, they didn't have a card. And he said, well, there's no reason to come here then. And they had a car parked at the end of my long driveway in Westchester, where my home is. At the end of the driveway was another car parked. And I think there was one by my house. I don't quite recall, but you can imagine what they were up to. So we, of course, told them, no, there's no reason to be here. I said, listen, I work hard, I'm doing well, I don't need your help. So they did leave, and then my group managed to write a couple letters to them to let them know, there's no business coming around here. No way. Whatever. were the letters. But that kept them quiet. But Elliot Bernstein has actually written articles in Florida of what they do to older or senior citizens. If you have a little money, even if you have a little money, whatever you have. I mean, we know Jonathan Manny Place's mother. She had a nurse working for her. Now they have more money, they had a little more, they had a nice home, and they lived in Rye, New York, and the nurse actually sold them out. And they got papers filed that they tried to get guardianship over them. And it was some job, let me tell you. They had court hearings about it, and finally one of my group tried to help her and Jonathan Place, her son, who didn't get his inheritance either, and he was fighting that part of it. And they were trying to get her money, in other words, and put her in a nursing home. And she was, I don't know, probably in her 80s, I don't really know. And it ended up they got part of it, but her other money she was able to keep. But she didn't know what was going on. She said to one of my groups, she said, you know, what is this? Am I okay mentally? My guy, what's wrong with me? And he said, no, all your furniture is in place upstairs. Don't worry about it. I mean, really. So, but this goes on in Florida with the senior citizens. I mean, we know of another person, Elliot knew, that they put him in a nursing home for a month, and his son finally had to get lawyers. He didn't know where he was even. And he finally got a hold of him and got him out. But the poor man died about a month later. But these people put him in a nursing home. They got a hold of him. And whether it was through a nurse again, I don't know. But he was near 90, and he was very active. His son said he was going to restaurants, he was going out and doing this and that, but they got a hold of him. So, you see, these are things we never hear about. But it's all money, money, money. That's all they want. If they can get your money, they'll figure out they have a bag of tricks, which they do. So, anyway, okay, Glendora, I think I chatted long enough on this episode, and I did have another attorney actually. You know, we kept doing a lot, trying publicity and this and that, and another one that I had met because it was actually through a dentist that I was going to, and he always asked me how I was doing, and I guess I didn't give too good of an impression, so he said, well, I know of an attorney that that I thought was always good, and I could send you to him. I'll tell you one thing. I went to the attorney. He was very knowledgeable. He knew the injustice in the court system. So he looked at all our material. He saw how tragic everything was. So he said, listen, I'm not going to litigate. I'll only negotiate. So he wanted to know who he would go to see. So we said, well, David Kiko, you know, is the attorney for the bank of Pillsbury Winthrop. So he made an appointment with him. He kept in touch with us. And, well, he said, you know, David Kiko, he speaks a lot about himself all the time. I have to stop him. I mean, they're very arrogant. I did this, I did that. And he said, I had to stop him and say, look, my client's paying for the time. I came here to negotiate, not to sit and chat. So finally it ended up after 3 visits or 4, and minus $11,000 from me. He finally said, you know, how much do you want? Well, at that point, I said, I never give a figure. I always say, what will they offer? But finally, he pressed me so much. I said, well, I gave him a figure into 20-some million or something. He said, oh, no, he'll never do that. Oh, no. He said, and then I found out that they're insured. After $5 million, they have to report it to their insurance company. So they're not going to offer you any more than $3 million, maybe 4 if you're lucky. And then he renounced the trust. So what did he had planned to get it in another bank in a trust, which I wouldn't want, because what do they pay? What kind of interest do you get? So anyway, that didn't work out either. That's another. We had many situations because we're strong and we stand up for our rights. So, okay, Glendora, I'm going to have to continue on another episode. Glendora, this is the beginning of episode number 3. I am going to continue from episode number 2, of course. At one time, my husband had his executive secretary, who is also his right-hand person, come to our home to go over and explain some details of the will. And her open comment was, you sure are going to get plenty of money. You will be very well taken care of. I don't remember all the details at this point since it was like 32 years ago. However, now as I said, my husband and I always worked as a team, so of course my husband gave me a lot of credit and always said I would be taken care of, which I never thought that much about, really, being involved with music and so forth. I believe that Bankers Trust Company and White&amp law firm, namely Rutherfurd, were making a detailed study of us in our home, since the head of Bankers Trust Company, trust department, namely William Wilkie, made a comment. We never thought Mrs. McCormick would publicly protest and picket. My husband told them at one point that still waters run deep, and I know she's a fighter. Apparently, they did not put credence in his word. They were definitely studying me, though, to see if I would be an easy mark in their con game. After my husband died, I met someone from Irving Trust, and he informed me that all banks and trust departments do psychological studies on anyone connected with a trust that they would manage. It was quite clear in my mind that my stepson, Eddie Jr., attempted to label his father as an alcoholic so he could get control and take everything over. In my opinion, he wanted total control. In my mind, knowing that my husband had survived polio at the age of 35 years old with exercise and receiving a medal for swimming around Manhattan Island of New York, as I understand, and observing his discipline of going to the YMCA every evening after a workday to swim and exercise proved to me he was a highly disciplined person. In those days, it was known that many businessmen would relax by having a cocktail before lunch or dinner. Since polio did affect one side of his body to some extent, not being a doctor, I really would not know, but it also could have affected his liver. As I say, he was highly disciplined and even did exercising in the morning before a workday. His mind was very quick and alert. Now, around 1983, my husband was in Florida at our home and was not feeling well. I thought or was hoping it was just merely a minor thing like a flu or something he ate. However, we headed to New York. Gradually, with time, he got rather worried and started retaining water, and Eddie Jr., who was running the real estate, suggested a doctor who had him admitted to New York Hospital for tests. Also, of course, Eddie Jr. was taking over McCormick and Company as far as handling salaries, etc. Of course, I was with my husband. Many events took place at this time. Number one, my husband was in the hospital in serious condition, and I recall a holiday weekend was coming up, and the doctor stated he'd have water pumped out after the weekend holiday. However, I insisted water must be pumped out now immediately, and since it even affected his breathing, I had fear he would die if they didn't take care of it before the weekend. So the doctor agreed, and it was accomplished. However, my husband could not keep food down. Eddie Jr., who was running the real estate, etc., and attempting to run everything else, would appear at the hospital every morning at 6 a.m. before I arrived. He hired a private nurse, which he sat and watched, to force feed my husband, even though he could not keep and get the food down. My husband got so upset that he got in touch with his attorney, who appeared but didn't seem to do anything. So my husband then told me to go to the main nurse's office and report what was going on and that it had to stop. I did, and I was told that since I am the wife, I had the authority to stop the private nurse, and if the son would not leave, he had to stop. If he didn't leave and stop the interfering, they would call the police to take him out of the hospital. So I followed the orders. When Eddie Jr. arrived the next morning and saw what was done, he said to his father, as my husband revealed to me, "I hope you have 8 dying deaths." And out of his anger, I was told he did not let his father visit him or see the real estate books after my husband was out of the hospital for 1 year. My husband still could not keep food down after being in the hospital for 1 month. So my husband asked for a meeting with some directors of the hospital and made an arrangement to release him from the hospital. I then brought him to see an exceptional doctor who had a brain that worked. I would like to give a little background on him. It was Dr. David Habeth by name, and he also formed a cancer research program at Columbia Presbyterian Hospital and was very successful in the sense that he invented a cure for breast cancer. He went to Helsinki, Finland, and had them formulate his discovery, which actually dissolved tumors in some of his patients. The Food and Drug Association in the United States did not want to approve his formula. However, Germany was excited about it and wanted him there. However, he told us he simply did not want to move to Germany. Eventually, he died of a sudden heart attack, and his research program was dissolved. What a shame. He was a great man. Now, a great doctor, actually. Now back to Dr. Habeth with my husband. After speaking with my husband about his problem that he had in the New York hospital, he said it must be one of 2 funguses. That's what Dr. Habeth said. And sure enough, the first prescription he gave him cleared it up immediately, and my husband could again eat and felt much better. Now, when my husband got home, he hired nurses around the clock since he wanted me to work on my music and relieve me of all the work and worry of care. As I stated, he was always very thoughtful of my well-being and music. At this point, of course, Eddie Jr. took control of running real estate and company information. My husband would relax by walking, even at early hours of the morning when he couldn't sleep. So he hired one of the nurse's husband, who could work it all into his schedule, to go with him on long walks and take him to whatever appointments he had. By name, his name was Paul. He was tall and strong-looking fella with a lot of spark and liked visiting with my husband. So on one of the walks, Paul heard how my husband's son Eddie would not visit and show his father the real estate books or allow him to visit with him. So Paul was very upset and said he would go with my husband and demand whatever my husband wanted. Again, my husband agreed, but he did not like confrontations. And when the time came to go, he backed off. My husband went through another difficult period, and this is when Eddie sent him to a rehab center in West Palm Beach near our home in Florida. I went down with one of the nurses. I was very worried since when I went to visit him, he was in a serious depression. He was not eating or sleeping and simply staring straight ahead. Who knows also what medication they were giving him. It was so upsetting and humiliating to my husband. Again, I felt worried because he appeared to not want to live. I went to the director of the rehab and said he must be released since I was fearful he could die. The director agreed. Eddie appeared again. However, my husband was quite disturbed about the whole situation that took place. I, with the nurse, got him on the plane back to New York. And I must say I was crying all the way home, which I never do usually openly, but I couldn't stop. I felt so bad I didn't know what was going to happen to him. I telephoned Dr. Habeth, and he said he would wait until 8 p.m. at Columbia Hospital until the plane arrived. He was very accommodating. We arrived, and my husband visited with Dr. Habeth for some time, and all was fine, and he regained his vibrant self. I believe Dr. David Habeth saved his life at least 4 times, of course with God's help. He just simply trusted Dr. Habeth. He liked him and he felt comfortable with him. Now, another incident, which I'm going through right now, Glendora, because these are very difficult times, of course, that many people have difficult times, but these were very difficult times that we were going through. So when my husband's secretary and the nurses, they got together, this is another incident, and had a secret meeting. Then following the meeting, they came to me and said that I should really see a psychiatrist, which they could recommend to discuss my husband and my life. So I thought, well, what do I have to lose? I'll go and see what the psychiatrist has to say. After a few meetings, I had heard enough, since the psychiatrist was strongly recommending that I leave my husband. Then the light came on, and I woke up thinking, whose idea was this? So I then decided to tell my husband what was going on. He was furious and checked with his secretary to obtain all the information on this situation. We learned that it was a scheme that his son Eddie had concocted, and my husband put a stop to it immediately. Now, Glendora, obviously my husband's health was a tremendous worry for me and for him. So I'm just revealing that, as I said before, everyone has something in their life that's never all easy. But now my husband received some more upsetting news. It was 1 month before his death. And he came home from the office looking very tired, and walking up the stairway in our home, he said, "A man never cries, but I am, since I discovered my son Eddie and the president of my company in Phoenix, Arizona, were taking money under the table." Then he added, "You know, we had at least 100 million. I should leave the whole estate to you." Now, I do not say this to boast. It's just a fact that he made me aware of. I was speechless, but only concerned about my husband, so again I was quiet, Besides, I thought, how much money could these two people really take? I remember then I was told by a source who worked at Eddie's office that he had visited the Cayman Islands often. And this person said, you understand the Cayman Islands is an offshore money haven. I was also told Eddie had 3 sets of books, so I guess it all adds up, doesn't it? And he had them burned later, and he told me someone in his office did it. About 3 weeks later, my husband, in his depressed state of mind, got very ill. When the nurses said to me when he was very ill, they said his blood pressure was dropping fast. So he must be rushed to the hospital fast, right away. The ambulance came and the closest hospital was Dobbs Ferry. In the emergency, they tried to tend to his problem, and shortly after he went into a coma. Of course, Dr. Habeth was not at that hospital. So I called him to please come and see what he could do or what happened. He did come. However, my husband's eyes opened to see him, but it was too late. After that, he closed his eyes and he never opened them again. Dr. Habeth expressed that he did not want any interaction with Eddie Jr., who was sitting in the waiting room. Now, my husband was in a coma for 1 week and passed away on November 27, 1988. I was one of the executors, and of course, meetings took place right away in December. Of course, I was in a grieving state of mind. I do remember when some friends of mine were trying to advise me and question some of the things brought up. One was in answer to a letter from Rutherfurd of White&amp law firm who drafted the will, stating that they had closed an account. My husband had many accounts in regard to the real estate, but they had closed this one account amounting to $1,500,000. The question I had, and I have to this day, is who closed the account? My husband didn't do it since he was in a coma. And I had joint power of attorney with Eddie Jr., and I know I did not sign anything. So who closed the account? The bank? Where did the $1.5 million go? I've written letters, and there are no answers on the subject. If there was any answer at all, they'd just talk around it. What would you expect from a convicted federal felon bankers trust company? Someone was very busy before my husband died. This all happened before my husband died. Also, by the way, when the purchase of Bankers Trust Company by Deutsche Bank took place, the New York Federal Reserve Bank's listing of liabilities included the estate of Edmund J. McCormick versus Bankers Trust Company and White&amp law firm. And also a confidential source within the Federal Reserve Bank informed us that while they were conducting an audit of the trust department of Bankers Trust Company, they selected the McCormick Estate as one of the entities to be audited. The auditor began going through the file, and typically the custom was, at the end of the review, they would present any questions to the trust department. However, in this case, William Wilkie, head of the trust department, sat at the desk with the auditor as he went through the papers, which is highly unusual. And the auditor had questions, one of which was who owned the real estate, the father or the son? Now, it is my understanding that Mr. Wilkie stated that they did not know if it was Edmund Sr. or Edmund Jr., since they had the same name. Now, how could that be? For approximately every 6 months, the bank prepared a financial statement of my husband's assets and for their records. So they had to know who owned the real properties. Now, one of my husband's sons, named Dennis, asked Win Rutherfurd, the lawyer of White and Case who drafted the will, at the funeral, what was the approximate value of my father's estate. His answer, as I understood, was about half of what my husband had told me as he was going up the stairway. So I thought, could two people really steal $50 million? When my husband died, who got into the safe deposit box at the bank? Who was running McCormick and Company, which was left to me? Where were the contents of the safe deposit? I never saw a list of the contents. However, if I did, would everything be listed? Of course, the bank should have been in charge and communicated with me as a wife, executor, and main beneficiary. I presume Eddie Jr. could have used my husband's executive secretary to open the box, since she would have had the keys in her possession, and since Eddie was taking control, she was afraid if she didn't comply, she could be fired. However, actually the company was mine. Why didn't the bank do their job? Why didn't they meet with me and go over my rights? That's what they were hired for, to help me as the widow and wife. I believe my husband had 5 executors, 3 of which he thought would protect me. They surely were going to be paid enough. Well, Glendora, here I stand. I lost my husband, the American dream, of course, and they are not going to help me and guide me. Do I have to go to law school to learn to know what to do? If I needed a heart operation, do I go to a medical school and understand what the doctors must do in the operation? Why did we hire White and Case and Bankers Trust Company? Glendora, something is wrong in this country. Where's the law? How does one get justice in the courts? I did expose my problem to Eric Schneiderman, Attorney General of New York, who was the one voted in to oversee these problems of injustice. And later on, Andrew Cuomo came in. He never did anything. I had written them. However, they obviously knew I was right, but they had me wait for 7 months. Was the Schneiderman's office had me wait for 7 months while they inquired from judges as to what they should do and what was involved. Eventually, I presume it was fixed, since they indicated for me to go to the appeals court, which actually was what I was reporting. I mean, this took 7 months to tell me this. It's like a dog chasing its tail. You just keep going around in circles. Now, as I said, my husband had 5 executors, and there is quite a story in a way about many of them. One was Al House, who was a partner. They each owned 50%, my husband and he, and there was a buyout agreement, and there was a reserve fund, which the estate was entitled to have. Glendora, Florida records reveal that there were at least 10 nursing homes, and we were told there were 2, but there were 10 nursing homes, and they were under the SVM entity, which are my initials. And the value was at least double of what they told us. We took Al House's word. I'm talking about the bank and the law firm because they were in charge. They took Al House's word for everything based upon uncertified financial statements. They never asked for certified statements. So after he got the estates, alleged 2 nursing homes, he immediately resigned. I don't think he even mentioned the reserve fund, and they didn't ask, they didn't really inquire. Bankers Trust and White and Case. The other executor was Herman Markowitz, which was my husband's accountant. And the third, who was also nominated in the will, White and Case, for whatever reason, they were not on the Letters Testamentary. Bankers Trust Company was the third executor. I got this a little mixed up here. The first executor was L. Howes. The second one was Herman Markowitz, an accountant. The third one was Bankers Trust Company. The fourth was myself, and the fifth was Eddie Jr., the son. And we were non-independent executors, myself and Eddie Jr. I'm sure my husband had 5 executors, because he thought his accountant and the other partner who owned the nursing homes, his accountant, he and his wife were actually friends of ours, and they would honor my husband's wishes, and that way there would be 3 executors, and then Bankers Trust, and Eddie Jr. So he had worked it out that he figured, they would do what my husband, what his wishes were. And in the end, it didn't work out that way, because Herman Markowitz wore many hats, and there was actually an embezzlement at the time when he was supposedly doing the books for Eddie Jr. He was an accountant for the estate. He was doing all the real estate books for Eddie, and he was also an independent executor for which he would receive a commission, as stated in the will. So the IRS disallowed the deduction for Herman's commission based on the fact that he was being paid for all estate accounting. And actually, when Rutherfurd and them never gave me any explanation of all of this, my group had to work and discover all of this for me. And we had a visit with the IRS, and they told us some of the things. And Eddie Jr., of course, there were many stories about him. I mean, he had an embezzlement in his office and many problems. So, oh God, the bank and White and Case, getting into many of Eddie's requests for money, including exorbitant commission and fees for management of the real estate buildings. And they went over the option period in the will, costing the estate millions of dollars. My husband had an option period, which they didn't abide by. It had a limit of time for Eddie. I'm sorry to say, after you hear all my sad story, Glendora, why did the professionals such as White and Case, who drafted the will and knew the desires of my husband, not handle all problems with professional justice? Why did they appear to have plans that the wife would be left out, including the children? It was not only bad management, it was no management. Then they presented a bill of $850,000 in total. What for? Okay, I think I got a signal that I have to stop this episode now, time-wise, and I'll continue. I hope you all understand what I'm saying. Now, Glendora, this is episode 9. It's really toward the end. I'm giving a brief outline of what happened, which was quite tragic, really, in the end here. I don't know if it's the end. It's not the end, but I mean, it's he had a very bad point here. It was around 2007, 6 or 7, following my explosive educational featured article in the Palm Beach Post, which I'm sure the bank and their attorneys were eager to retaliate. My article was published the weekend of Donald Trump's wedding, which attracted many prominent people from all over the world. I had tried to rent my co-op in Florida. However, it had to be done through the management office at the Laco Key Villas, which is the name of my complex where my co-op was. And the manager kept giving excuses that he couldn't rent it. However, I let friends of mine use it for a vacation, and they learned of many villas that had been rented through the management office for the owners. So the question was, of course, why couldn't he rent mine at all? So Glendora, it was unbelievable. One day while I was in New York, because I hadn't been using the villa that much, I received a telephone call one day from the management in Florida of the co-ops, and he appeared very gleeful as he told me my co-op was flooded with water and it was a total loss. Evidently, the water had been running day and night for around 5 days from a broken water machine hose, as they told me. I said to the head of my group, "What next? What will they do to me next?" Now, instead of crying, of course, I tried to kind of laugh, thinking, what fools these people are. How small can they get? Prying on a widow, of course, since they were aware of the fact that I was picketing and protesting to inform people as to what was going on with the legal firms and the banks, such as Bankers Trust, now known as Deutsche Bank, and White&Case legal firm, who, in my opinion, have their tentacles intertwined all over. Just as I discovered that the lawyer for the co-ops in Florida had worked for White&Case law firm, who had drafted my will, my husband's will, I'm sorry, as I understood from the people who do my research, and that's what they discovered, that White&Case, that the lawyer for the villas was the same lawyer he had worked for White&Case. Now, one really has to put the puzzle together. It reveals that it's one big happy family working together. Now, I had many questions about the flood in my villa. One was, as I understand, the villas were supposed to be routinely checked when people were not there. And the second, my co-op is only around 100 feet from the manager's office on a well-traveled private road by the entrance gates. The water had to be running out of the doors, if it was up the walls a few feet, as I understand. For at least 5 days, the water had to be running. Now, the third point was someone using my wash machine. I understand from research that the chance of this happening is less than 1% from insurance company statistics. It reminds me of years before this. One owner who was on the board, I couldn't believe it, telephoned me in New York once and informed me that since I was not at the co-op very often, and for some time I wasn't there after my husband passed away, my villa was being used for an affair going on by the management and some of the employees at that time. Of course, it was hard for me to believe, but he did discover that, and he phoned me and told me. Now, the fourth thing is, when people are not using their co-op for a period of time, why isn't the valve closed to the wash machine? I understand later they made that ruling. And another question is, my co-op was a single standing home with a patio and a yard visible to everyone, with a swimming pool directly behind my home, of which many people used from the other co-ops in my complex. So not only did the lawyer for our complex previously work for White&Case law firm, but also there was the head of the trust department of Bankers Trust, Mr. William Wilkie, and he's the head of the Bankers Trust Department at Deutsche Bank. He attended many conferences at the Ritz-Carlton, which was across the street from my co-op on A1A, and knew all about me. The owner of the grounds asked me in a conversation, "Are you planning to file a claim for negligence against us?" I said I had not decided as yet. He also said, "Why don't you face reality?" Okay, what did he mean by that? Why don't you face reality? What does he mean? Give up? In other words, you will not get justice? Now, the restoration of my co-op home of 2,200 square feet took much time with the insurance agent. However, my group, trained in research, wanted everything in writing, and I did have a very good insurance company, so they did come through with all expenses after much work with written detail from my group. It involved unbelievable time, as I did a lot of my own shopping for replacements. It was a total loss, treating mildew, etc., due to so much water damage to my water-soaked floors. Also replacing my Steinway grand piano, all appliances, etc., and then I stored other items like glassware and so forth. Finally, oh yes, the manager of all people, as I remember, recommended a contractor to do the work. Of course, knowing my group in New York, they wanted all answers to their questions about the replacement construction in writing. Finally, the contractor said he could not spend the time answering all the questions in writing. Consequently, he said to send him $25,000 deposit to buy the materials to start working. I, of course, was eager to get it started, since the co-op was filled with new appliances and crates and boxes of items delivered. So I sent the $25,000 deposit. My group then had second thoughts, since they didn't trust much of anything at this point. So they suggested I stop payment on the check with the bank immediately, before the check got into the contractor's hands. So I did. And my stop payment notice had arrived in time. However, the contractor had to know someone at the bank, because he cashed the check after the stop payment notice arrived, and as I recall, one of my group had something written on the back of the check similar to "written under duress." So why was this man still able to cash the check? The contractor would not return the money, even though we had no signed agreement and he hadn't started any work. Finally, he stated he would return $20,000 and keep $5,000 for his time. By this time, I had about had it and said no. There was no meeting of the minds and no agreement in any form. Excuse me. Now, we had a friend that we met through our protesting who was going down to Florida and said he would call the contractor and talk to him. It ended up the contractor would not return any money, thinking it would cost me too much to hire an attorney and go to court. So that way he could keep it. I can't resist, Glendora, in telling another story at this time, and that is that the friend who went down to Florida to speak to the contractor was a grandson of Justin DePratt White, a co-founder of the White & Case law firm. And his mother was the daughter who was fighting in regard to a trust due them. He told us that when his grandfather, Mr. White, died, that Mr. Case, his co-founder, partner, and his people raided Mr. White's office while the funeral was in process. And it is my understanding that they did some job on the money his grandmother and his mother's estate was supposed to receive. So you see, it's in White & Case's DNA, who drafted my husband's will. It's a small world, isn't it? The sharks eat their own. As we know, White & Case and the bank hijacked the estate. So it reminds me of Bankers Trust also, their segmentation, market segmentation: milk, exit, and ignore. They had their plans, and As I say, it's in their DNA. It's in their blood, and it must stop. It's not done just to me. As another victim said to me, Suzanne, we are not alone, and we are not crazy. Because that's the next thing. They like to say, oh, you're crazy. You're out of your mind. I might add, this other fella who said this is with another bank. Now back to my home. I could not get to the co-op due to demands on my time in New York. Was at a standstill with no contractor. I had some items stored and put in storage. I, of course, couldn't rent it, and I couldn't sell it. And it led to difficulty in keeping up with the maintenance and expenses. What a shame, since my husband gave me this home free and clear of any mortgage. This was all due to the bank not following the will and would not give me my inheritance, which also was, as the IRS said, my marital deduction. So as anyone could see, the money was there, as when Rutherfurd or White and Case said, there's so much money in this estate that it will never run out. So basically, they had in their plans to hijack the estate. Now, finally, they threatened foreclosure, of course, in Florida. Basically, I lost the villa. However, as I understand, the foreclosure process was seriously flawed, which is fraud on the court. Of course, it would again involve lawyers in the court, but that may happen, who knows. I inquired and had lawyers say, oh yes, we can settle this. Just send us $8,000 to $10,000 to start. Well, we know the game now, don't we? After some courtroom proceedings, the judge was required to send me some surplus money due me from the villa. However, he would not send it. I kept asking, would the judge, please, comply with this? He wouldn't send it. So it got to be, I guess, some time. I know it was several weeks from what I recall. So I finally got a hold of a female attorney suggested to me who had been up for judgeship. She was very understanding and got the money due me in short time for a nominal fee. I guess she knew the game, and she evidently felt something for me, that what I was going through. Now the courts are some racket. I actually heard of how lawyers have to pay a large price, sometimes into the thousands, I guess, to belong to the so-called club that all these judges belong to, so to speak. Then, as a member, they must go by what the group wants to do, as I've been told, how they want to settle things. And the magic circle, so-called, includes the banks, the attorneys, the judges, and the courts. They control everything, as I've been told. Now, it's not hard to believe any of this kind of thing any longer. But when you hear it, it just, it opens up your eyes again, and you think, my word, what next? So you see, I've had enough of this game. However, I've lost all my new appliances and thousands of dollars I invested into the stone-like tiles to replace the water-soaked floors and other items. Someone got some great present, believe you me. This all happened around 2007. I can't believe how time flies. Now, the other thing I want to put on this particular episode here is the other tragedy which happened, which was my New York home, which was around 2017. Now, knowing that things were not going well, I decided to hire a broker in New York. However, I believe he brought one prospect in a 3-year period, and he did not put the beautiful photo I had of the outside view of the house in the magazine to publicize it. It was like a vacant lot he wanted to put in. However, he could sense that I was not eager to sell, since my husband wanted me to stay there until my death, and there was plenty of money. As we know, the bank was not fulfilling their promise to my husband to form a trust to take care of his wife and provide me with income that I was entitled to. Now, the man in my church suggested years back that it would be better for me to get a loan instead of using my own money, which I did with the Bank of New York. Then when the judge in Supreme Court illegally went after me for legal fees, and actually I was due to get $100,000 back, but he went after me for more fees, it was all fixed. And he gave me an order to pay $210,000 he claimed I owed in legal fees, plus $150 interest, equaling $410,000. Or he would have the right to take all my possessions in both homes, would be taken from me if I didn't come up with the sudden amount of money, $410,000. So we finally got a private individual to loan me the money, but it was at 12% interest, which I paid for like 5 years, and it got to be a very high amount every month. I think it was near $5,000 a month or something. I don't know, $4,500 around. Now, after you have heard all this, I was paying the interest for years until one day the Bank of New York sent my check back. And now the Bank of New York was not the private loan that I got for $410,000. The Bank of New York was my first loan that the fellow from my church has said, why not get that loan instead of using your personal money or any of your paintings. So the Bank of New York now, I was paying interest to them, which was much lower, but I went to the bank to pay my check one day, to bring my check, because I was paying every month. And they said that the computer indicated that they would not take my check. Now, this was my first loan. They were ahead of the loan of the private people. Now, the private individual was my second loan. So when things really get difficult, they threaten foreclosure. The first loan and the second loan. Now, the second loan, who was for the $410,000, got serious and brought me to court. I was pro se at the time. Later on, someone helped me out and got a lawyer to help me, but the judge finally admitted she had no jurisdiction over my matter. The legal person helping me said I should bring the bank into this mess as third party. As time went on, finally on January 3rd, 2017, I'm never alone, I might say. There's always a person or a group working in my basement or in my home. I don't like to be alone. Finally, on January 3, 2017, the person working in the basement, I was on the top floor, but they heard a noise at the back door. He ran up to check and asked them who they were. So he also asked them for papers, which they did not have. This was also in regard to the, obviously, it was the second loan, which they hadn't informed the first loan about it. So the first loan should have known about this, but they never informed them. They just thought they'd move in on me. So I heard things and words going back and forth until my person yelled at me, "Suzanne, call the police." So I did. I called the police. They came immediately, and after questioning them, they said to the intruders who came in, they said, "Well, you need papers." And the intruders left because they didn't have the proper papers. Then on March 22nd, 2017, they came at 10:30 a.m. Now, you remember the judge said to me she did not have jurisdiction over this matter. But anyway, they came again. Someone was in the basement. I was upstairs in my robe. Here comes 3 moving trucks. And again, my person in the basement, since as I say, I always had protection. He answered the back door, and he was asked if he was a tenant. He answered yes, and they physically, forcibly, pulled him out of the house, to a point where his hand was bleeding, and I think his head partly. They were very rough with him. So my person asked for the papers, and they said, "We don't need any." They answered him, as his hand was bleeding and so on, "Did you take any documents out of this house?" He said, "We scanned many papers that aren't here." So what were they really after? Were they after my documents? Because as I say, I had documents, boxes in every room in my house, and it wasn't really a small house. It was quite large. It had about 11 rooms. There were documents, boxes in every room, including the garage was half full. So it was around 10:30 a.m. It was a rainy, snowy day, around 32 degrees, and believe you me, I was a most elderly senior citizen. I don't like to give my age, but this was elder abuse of the highest order. I guess Bankers Trust, Deutsche Bank, and White&quot thought this will kill her. This will end her. There appeared to be several police dressed in plain clothes. They told me and one of my group we had to get out of the house immediately, and I know they had no inventory. They lined up in my bedroom while I had to get in my bathroom to get dressed. As I say, it was elder abuse of the highest order, a clear violation of my rights. And they kept saying, hurry up, get going." I had so much history and valuable items in the house. I had lived there for almost 50 years. Yes, I was 81 years old at that time. All because the bank wouldn't follow their promise to my husband. I was with my husband when he was arranging all of this with White&quot and Bankers Trust. What did Rutherfurd of White&quot and Bankers Trust and Eddie Jr. do with all the money? Nearly $100 million? Don't tell me I'm wrong. You know it's true. You remember. You said there's so much money here, the estate will never run out. And Suzanne, you are the last one to get any money. When he said that to me, I think I was just speechless. I couldn't believe what he said. These people catch you off guard, and as a person you look at them like he can't mean that. So, as I say, Wynn was responsible. Don't blame Eddie, even though he's involved. You knew about Eddie. As executives at the bank, you were warned that you were to stop Eddie from stealing. Basically, it will affect the estate, and they were warned of that by members in other executors in the bank. When we had depositions, they got these memos, interoffice memos that we saw that said, please stop Eddie Jr. from running everything because it will deplete the estate. It will take away from the estate. But they didn't listen. They just kept going over the option period, which my husband said was only a certain amount of time. But sure enough, they went over it. They gave Eddie, with all his arguments, they say, what was that in total of legal fees? That they sat with Eddie trying to negotiate some swindle that Eddie wasn't supposed to get. Now back to the thieves at my home. They didn't bother packing boxes. They simply threw things in the boxes, since some things were from one closet or room and would be in one box mixed with other things from another room. My husband's beautiful library, including important scores of music and my books also, important letters framed, and valuable scores of music, original manuscripts. They lined up in my bedroom while I got dressed in my bathroom, as they kept saying, hurry up, hurry up. I remember I was hysterical. I said to them, you will all suffer for this. I had missing designer clothes. I had in my basement closets of beautiful clothes. I had preserved. I mean, I had kept for many years and always designed clothes and so forth. And I had many of them in the basement closets, which I don't know what happened to them. If I found any of them, they were thrown in boxes and basically ruined. They said, "You are lucky we didn't throw everything out on the street," which we do sometimes. Then they added, "If you have no place to go, we can bring you to a shelter." You see, I was trash to them. Here I was a representative for the United States to Russia, and also received the Peace Medal when I performed at the UN. None of this matters. You see, with the political scene, this is how they treat anyone. Glendora, I guess God was with me, because I'm doing this tape and I'm still very normal reviewing this whole nightmare. I hope people learn from this, even though it's difficult to listen to. Some people I know can't stand to hear these things. But as my husband once said, you have no idea what that world is like out there. The mafia may be bad, but the world is just as bad, if not worse. My husband was a religious man and a believer. A couple friends drove up, including a TV station that someone informed, and someone had called a TV station, and they were told I didn't pay my taxes. I got so upset I couldn't reason with the TV representative. He was trying to set me up, I feel. Now as I look back, my taxes were paid. I couldn't bring myself to explain in detail. It was cold. I was sitting in my car. It was snowing and raining. They were taking my home that my husband and I had worked for, plus my valuable piano. I'm a Steinway artist also. How could White and Case, namely Win Rutherfurd, do this to me as a widow or to others? How many did he personally do this to? I know of some connected with Bankers Trust Deutsche Bank who have been robbed. Now, Glendora, I've gone through these two nightmares, and I believe it's now around 28 minutes in the end of this episode. So in the next episode, I will brief some of my thoughts about what happened and what took place in this whole nightmare. And I thank you very much, Glendora, for presenting this and trying to teach other people about what goes on in this world that many people are unaware of. Thank you. Hello, Glendora, it's Suzanne, and I am giving you the next episode, which is, it has the poster of inherited problems on it, which involves Judge Scarpino when he had to recuse himself because he had worked for Bankers Trust Company. I'm near the end of this whole thing, and I'm going to read off what I have here, what I've gone through. First of all, I want to say this country was brought up with the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. And in my opinion, and others do agree, it was destroyed by lawyers, courts, judges, banks, etc. It's difficult for many people to accept this. I'm convinced now, but it took 31 years of experience. They appear to ignore the motto in the courtroom, "In God we trust." They don't see it, or they simply do not want to acknowledge it. The lawyers generally are not there to help you. They are out to help themselves, in my opinion. Years ago, one went to their attorneys to help them. To help you. The trouble is, they would pour their souls out, and I was from that generation. But folks, times have changed. Don't pour your souls out to the attorney. The attorneys tend to get paid to bring your news to the enemy, and they will be reimbursed or rewarded for it, in addition to your legal fees. You may find an honest lawyer, which would be few and far in between, and usually from an older generation, more experienced, knowledgeable, and know what's going on, and also not afraid of the system. Being older, they will challenge the system, and you may have a chance. Remember, the devil is strong. However, have faith in God Almighty, and you are able to have the enemy disappear out of fear. Remember, our forefathers' motto was and is, "In God we trust." As I have said, one judge in surrogate court said to a victim, "There is no justice here." They also said it to me, by the way. "You either take what I'll give you or you get nothing," is what he said to the other victim. His lawyer standing next to him said nothing. So the person took nothing, and as I was told, he couldn't believe what he had heard, and basically I was treated, as I say, in a similar manner when the court said the bank they don't want to speak with you. Another card the judge plays is to slap a victim with the enemy's legal bill, which again was done to me and other victims. Glendora, remember, I'm just trying to make people aware of what is going on. It's a story of my life and what I went through, but what I've learned from all this and have discovered what they do and their tricks. I was asked by Glendora, who is a real friend of mine and TV personality, to do this tape on my life to reveal to the public that there is the American dream to attain, only to have it all taken from you. They try to destroy it directly or indirectly. They even fooled me by suggesting I use my personal savings to pay living expenses while they work things out, and then I'd be reimbursed. The trouble is, I believed them and I trusted them. However, I never got reimbursed. I thought they were top professionals, and I found out they were professional for the wrong purpose. The people I had to deal with were from White & Case and Bankers Trust Company, along with Deutsche Bank, of course, and also with Pillsbury, Winthrop law firm in New York. Now, in my case, my husband and I were a team. My music opened doors for my husband's business, and he opened doors for my music. And we both worked passionately with our individual professions. You might say it was our American dream we were trying to attain. The lawyer representing Bankers Trust Company, now Deutsche Bank, covering up for Rutherfurd of White & Case, namely David Kiko of Pillsbury Law Firm, put me through at least 5 days, 8 hours a day of depositions until finally Ralph Martinelli, the owner and publisher of the Westchester newspapers, a friend of mine, stopped the abuse. He was a friend of my husband's also. He stopped the abuse they were throwing my way. Plus, of course, they were filming and recording everything. You would think that I was a criminal. Well, the other thing he said, well, you were his second wife, was one of his comments. Tell me, what does that have to do with the will or the accounting? My attorney said nothing. He just sat there. It was not relevant, and this was all stemming from an entity, White & Case, that never had any legal standing, not named on the Letters Testamentary. So it was one big fraud, and including a fraud on the court. My husband's first marriage was very unhappy and didn't work out for years. He had been separated from his wife for many years. Then I met him through my music, and our friendship blossomed and lasted for 3 years before we married. Our marriage was thought through carefully, and he, my husband, had arranged a second ceremony celebrating 20 years of marriage. However, he sadly passed away 6 months before the event. Actually, the comment second marriage had nothing to do with this. This was not the lawyer's business. What was his purpose? Obviously, we know it was to intimidate me and degrade me if he could. What a small person, what a waste of time and money, which is their big drawing card, money. Glendora, through your years of experience, you have been exposed and witnessed great injustice, and was and is a legal activist, and also had a remarkable life in television. I feel honored by your personal attention and interest in my nightmare, and your belief in God as our help and provider. You are a great inspiration to many people, and you are always very positive. The IRS asked me if I received my marital deduction totaling at least $11 million. When I said no, they opened their office up for me, one of my stepsons, and one of my group to look at all the records, saying, and as he said to me, how will you live and what will you live on? Of course, it was hard to believe I only received in 2 payments half of my legacy, initially due, it was due 1 month after death, which was to be $500,000, and I received half of it in two payments, actually way beyond the due date, way beyond the 1 month. And they had plenty of liquid cash there to pay any debts and my legal legacy of $500,000 for the first month. I think it was like 2 years later, they never offered me the deeds to my 2 homes, which I finally said, what about my deeds? I haven't received them. And, one of the comments was, well, boys, we better give her deeds. It is unbelievable. As Win Rutherfurd of White&amp said, this estate has so much money it will never run out. Win, you better not deny this. Of course, they always tried to stop any publicity, and eventually, as I had stated previously, I believe they had protective services tried to get hold of me, called guardianship, which is a business. They're putting people, actually what it does is they put a lot of people in a nursing home, and they want to get possession and control of your assets. Well, thank goodness we knew of other families or victims, that we knew, so we knew what to do to prevent them from proceeding, and I think I went through it on one of my episodes, what happened. I've been told the mobsters have more ethics than the banksters and attorneys, from what I heard. It's scary. I must add, Win Rutherfurd, attorney who drafted my husband's will, disappears and hides, since they knew they abandoned the estate, which I found out, after February 1989, around 3 months after death, since due to representing the bank for a repayment of a $500,000 loan of my husband. However, they still billed for years after they abandoned the estate. And this past June, $600,000, as I had mentioned, I think before, was drawn out of the estate account. Without calling me, discussing anything with me, never anything. Another point I want to make, that a person only goes through what I've gone through usually once in a lifetime, so how much would you really know? How much knowledge would you have or experience in these matters? Unless you were in business with your husband and you knew you were part of the business, which I was not. I was not in the business. I did my music and he did his business. We even knew of a victim who had a law degree who trusted and was unaware, and they treated her the same way as they did with me. Now, my husband listed Bankers Trust Company as one executor who became a federal felon, which was discovered after my husband's death. A shotgun marriage was arranged by the Federal Reserve between Bankers Trust Company and Deutsche Bank, which was facilitated by law firm of White & Case, who drafted my husband's will. They represented both Bankers Trust Company and Deutsche Bank, as I'd been told, and the Federal Reserve listed the McCormick Estate as a liability against Bankers Trust and White & Case. Bankers Trust was a federal felon. It is my understanding that during the due diligence period, Deutsche Bank discovered criminal activities, and an agreement was reached that Bankers Trust Company would plead guilty to 3 federal felonies in the Southern District of New York, and the criminal liability would be capped at $19.1 million. The subject of the criminal charges were the unclaimed funds from around the country. This all started around 1998, 1999. It started in 1998, proceeded by the collapse of long-term capital. This all took place before Deutsche Bank purchased Bankers Trust Company on June 4, 1999 for $10 billion. Just a little summary to give you about them. My opinion is that once a corporation or individual starts their dishonest actions, they get deeper and deeper into lying and trouble. The cancer keeps spreading and will eventually kill them. Injustice cannot survive. It's so apparent in our great country, the USA, that injustice has grown for decades, until it's finally and eventually going to explode, and the truth will come to the surface. They are like rats caught in a corner and become hysterical. Thank goodness we have some powerful and determined people who believe in God and love their country. Tell me, as I look back, why didn't Win Rutherfurd of White & Case, who drafted my husband's will, be a nice guy and review the will with me after the death of my husband and go over my husband's desires and wishes, especially since my husband wanted me to have his management company, and he never discussed it with me. He just said, well, maybe you better just sell it to Eddie Jr. for $1. He would like it. My husband didn't want any of his children in the company, and they could have either sold it or sold it or whatever they wanted to do with it. I mean, you didn't have to give it to the son. So that was a bad decision. After all, I was still the main beneficiary, the wife, and one of the legal executors, which they should have discussed things with. I didn't confront him at the time when he didn't discuss the will, because with his accommodating personality, and they all are very accommodating personality, as though you must trust them. And I trusted him to do the right thing. And of course I was grieving, I had my mind on other things, and they sensed all that. I heard Donald Trump on the internet admit when he was younger, on an interview, that he would try to pick people he thought he could trust, only to find out he couldn't trust them. He said it was very difficult to judge who you could trust and who you couldn't. And we know Donald Trump is far more experienced than I am. I finally exposed them when I was advised to picket and protest publicly for educational and informational purposes, and there were people who thanked us for alerting them. I, of course, had trouble getting publicity since they practiced censorship, not wanting to reveal these facts to the public. In fact, when one person phoned from a paper and a Deutsche Bank spokesperson's response was, the estate went bankrupt due to estate taxes. This was an outright lie, just like many lies, they say. There were millions and millions in the liquidating stocks and bonds. Taxes may be totaled, I don't know, a very small percentage of the liquid money. And even my husband's $500,000 would be paid. However, they did it. There was plenty of money there. If they are so professional, why don't what I'm trying to say here is there was a person who owned an insurance company. He said to me, Suzanne, if they are so professional, why didn't they advise your husband to buy insurance to cover the taxes? Why wasn't your husband informed about this? Very interesting. Anyway, again, I repeat, when Rutherfurd of White and Case, who drafted the will, stated there's so much money in this estate it'll never run out. And again, he can't deny that. And why did he say after, well, I guess it was another time or after that, but he said, Suzanne, you are the last one to get any money. I was so taken back that I couldn't believe it. And again, I didn't say anything. I just looked at him. I couldn't believe it. He better explain. I guess that's why they had me use my personal money to pay my living bills for my living. When the Palm Beach Post called the Deutsche Bank for a comment when my article was in the Post, Palm Beach, they said, don't you dare publish this. And the editor of the paper said, you are in the banking business and we are in the newspaper publishing business. So you better mind your own business. The editor said to me, I think you are only the tip of the iceberg. This goes deep, and it sure has gone deep. Other publications were stopped, including a major TV station in New York. They were going to interview me and have me on the television, and it was stopped immediately. However, I got into Forbes magazine, Fortune, Worth magazine, Absolute, Manhattan Style, New York Post, Palm Beach Post, and Palm Beach Daily News, just to name a few. Many of them had to tone the tragedy down. I was part of a Forbes article and I was cut out. Consequently, I spoke to a member of the Forbes family and I was told I was cut out by the editor who went to school with Rutherfurd of White and Case at Princeton. Forbes then wrote a separate article about me picketing in Palm Beach, Florida. There are many prominent people that we meet through our picketing that were and are victims. I can give examples without giving their names since they prefer not to be publicized. I'm sure there are many, many more. However, just to reinstate my point, I will give some examples. However, I think I may quote some scripture which I wanted to do before I give you the list. So they knew exactly, the bank, the other thing I have here on my list is they knew exactly the money I didn't receive, including my initial legacy due 1 month after death. So the IRS marital deduction and so forth. And the IRS made us very aware of things, and so we got knowledge right along, of course, and proof. And of course, you know, they want legal fees as with a lot of victims, and they want you to pay their legal fees. Now, how about my legal fees as an executor fighting for the estate? That's what executors are there for, to stand up for the right thing, for the children and myself, costing me over $1 million. And I help the children that way and myself trying to get justice for us. And what happened to the $1.5 million that disappeared the week my husband was in a coma, which was not in the final accounting? What about the trust that was supposed to be set up for me? What else is not in the final accounting? It's been over 30 years since my husband's death, which consists of constant dealing with these criminals and going to court. Now, I'm just going to give a few passages that I really want to do, which will help maybe people to understand where I am as a person and how I believe. One is Joshua 1 verse 9. It says, "This is my command." And I often would read it. I know Glendora would read it to me. She would keep quoting it and so on. "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go." Another passage, Isaiah 10 verse 1 through 4. "What sorrow awaits the unjust judges and those who issue unfair laws. They deprive the poor of justice and deny rights of needy among my people. They prey on widows and take advantage of orphans. What will you do when I punish you? When I send disaster upon you from a distant land? To whom will you turn for help? Where will your treasures be safe? You will stumble along as prisoners." Jeremiah 7 verse 5 and 6. The God of Israel says, "I will be merciful only if you stop your evil thoughts and deeds and start treating each other with justice. Only if you stop exploiting foreigners, orphans, and widows. Only if you stop murdering, and only if you stop harming yourselves by worshiping idols." Remember, God is with us. God has stopped their evil ways. Now, 2 Chronicles 19 verse 7. "Fear the Lord and judge with integrity, for the Lord our God does not tolerate perverted justice, partiality, or the taking of bribes." And then we have the passage, the chapter on the persistent widow, which I remember I wanted at one time, and I couldn't find it in the Bible. Someone had told me about it, I think, and I was trying to find it. Finally, I called a girlfriend of mine in Michigan, and she called a friend of hers, and they got it for me. I said, "Oh, that's exactly the passage I wanted." But anyway, it's in Luke 18, 1 through 5. It's the persistent widow. A widow went to the judge repeatedly. Now this the version that I have is from another Bible. It's not the King James Version, so it's easier language to understand. A widow went to the judge repeatedly saying, "Give me justice in this dispute with my enemy." The judge ignored her until finally he said to himself, "I don't fear God or care about people, but this woman is driving me crazy. I'm going to see that she gets justice because she is wearing me out with her constant requests." Okay, those are the passages that I have picked out, and I think for my next episode I'm going to list for you some of the people to prove it's not just me, it's a lot of people that have suffered from, and they have suffered too. These people have gone through things. It's been very difficult in their life when they had planned on certain inheritance or they were entitled to it. Maybe they worked for the company or they were entitled, but they didn't get it. It was unbelievable. And there's one victim I can name right now. A banker's trust was told by the judge, Scarpino's law secretary, Rob DiBella, now a Supreme Court judge, stated the money you're looking for is stolen money. So in other words, he's not entitled for that reason. It was millions and millions of dollars in a trust. Does it just belong to the banks and the courts? The question is, whose money is it if it's not his or the estate's, because it's in trust? Besides, is that statement true that he made, that it was stolen money? What's that got to do with it? I mean, it's unreal the way these people speak to you. The victim said to me, "Suzanne, we are not alone and we are not crazy." So that's another thing. If you keep fighting, sometimes they say, "Oh, she's crazy. She's a crazy old lady." I remember one, actually I think it was Rob DeBella, I don't know, one of them of the court said, "Oh, well, this crazy old lady doesn't want to settle." Well, what do they call settle? Settle for nothing? No, I don't want to do that. What they did, and they have to answer for it. And I'll fight till the end of my life. I will fight for justice. So this is one of the people of Bankers Trust, and I think perhaps this has to be the end of this episode, and I think I have one more to do to kind of finalize and give you a few more informative subjects. Thank you, Glendora. Glendora, I'm adding some of this at the very end, which I think reveals the horrible things that these people can put you through, and it will give the public an idea of how to handle in case they ever come up with something like this. One incident was when Jason Bogley, my attorney at the time, filed papers for removal of the fraudulent executor Bankers Trust Company and other items in 2004. I hired him because I thought he worked for Ray Dowd, and I thought that he'd be good at, as a younger attorney, at filing documents and so on and helping us to write them up and things like that. When Scarpino came into office, Leo Malonis, the former chief administrative judge, and now he's acting as attorney with Pillsbury Winthrop Forum to represent Bankers Trust Company, requested permission from Judge Scarpino to file a summary judgment to dismiss all our objections that were filed by my first attorney, Peter Raymond, which Judge Scarpino granted. Now, since Peter Raymond was involved with the children, and I felt he abandoned me, so I got another attorney at that time, who was Mark Oxman. Now, we immediately went to Oxman and told him facts and told him Scarpino has to go. Oxman spoke to Judge Scarpino several times, and he refused to disqualify himself or recuse himself. So then, after we went to him, we wrote a reply to the summary judgment. Mark Oxman did this. He wrote a reply to the summary judgment. And Judge Scarpino's law secretary, DeBella, called for a meeting with the children and myself. It was a court conference. And eventually what he did is he had private meetings with the children and then with myself. The children decided to settle for little, which was not my desire. So that's when he had the private meeting with me, and he asked me what I wanted. As you recall, I had said this before, I wanted justice. And he said, there is no justice in this court. And then he went in the other room and asked the bank if they wanted to speak to me, and they said no. If she just wants justice, obviously they didn't want to speak to me, because I guess they weren't going to give justice, right? So this was approximately, we went around August 2002, we got publicity in Newsday after, it was after the senator I went to, and she called Governor Elliot Spitzer, and he spoke to Judge Scarpino and said that he wanted a meeting with him. He had a meeting with him, and then after he had the meeting is when Judge Scarpino finally, he recused himself. But before that even, I had to have an article in the Newsday paper, which Judge Scarpino didn't like, but he wasn't going to comply with it. Respond to it, in other words. So, anyway, after the state senator I went to, and immediately went to Elliot Spitzer, and they demanded that Scarpino have a meeting. So after Spitzer's meeting, he signed an order recusing himself, Judge Scarpino did, which left all his decisions in place. Now, I want people to understand that when you recuse yourself, your decisions, the bad decisions he made about me, are still in place. He should have disqualified himself, which would have eliminated all his orders due to the conflict he was in. He was representing Bankers Trust, and he had worked there. So he had no right. He should have disqualified himself. So people have to understand these fine things, because this is how they get you, because they know you don't know the law. And your lawyer is usually not going to tell you, because they got to the lawyer. Then the estate was sent to Rockland County. They did one order, then they threw the hot potato back to White Plains, and they threw it to Poughkeepsie, Dutchess County, with Judge Baconis. And basically the papers went into a burn bag. So we were thrown around from one court to another, and then they because they speak to each other. One court speaks to the other. So you're transferred to another court, but then they find out what they're doing, and then they follow the orders. So where is justice? It's not around. It's not there. These were not the first papers that were lost. They were lost and destroyed, what they eventually told us. Someone actually alerted one of my people that basically they probably were lost. The estate file, Jason Bogley, the young fella I hired to do papers, this was another estate file he worked on at Westchester Court, and they sent it to Brooklyn Court. After the case was finished, the file was sent back to White Plains, and we tried to look for the file in White Plains, and were told it was in Brooklyn. When we went there, they said no, they sent it back to White Plains, and then Brooklyn told us to go to Rockland County and also Dutchess County to see if they had the file there, and then come back to Brooklyn to tell them. So we followed all these directions and went back to Brooklyn and said they said White Plains must have destroyed the file. So we were sent on a wild goose chase to find the records that had been destroyed, which were the records, the estate file. Now, Dutchess County had a new, they had new material plus copies of some old stuff that Kiko evidently gave them, because the clerk in Dutchess County that was there left, and this was a new clerk. So she was trying to reorganize a file for the McCormick Estate, because we phoned to say we wanted to look at the file. And of course, a lot of it evidently had been destroyed, from my understanding. So she was trying to gather things together. Now I went on here to say I wanted to just reveal what goes on in these courts. One speaks to another and they tell them how to follow through and what to do. So what chance do you have? You go to appeals court, you'll probably get the same treatment. You appeal it, you have to look for new attorneys, you have to pay them, you have to go through the whole business. A couple years later, Peter Raymond decided to sue me for more legal fees since the children settled and I didn't. And he did all this without a retainer agreement, as he admitted in his deposition, with his attorney by his side, Lenny Benowich. Now they were in Supreme Court. Excuse me, was it Supreme Court? Yeah, they were in Supreme Court. And now Judge Barone, who was the judge there in Supreme Court, that's where they took it. We found out later, this is another thing you have to be aware of. We didn't know that. My lawyers never told me. This should have been held in surrogate court. Legal fees are not held in Supreme Court. We weren't told that and we didn't know it. So Judge Barone didn't care. He was going to go ahead, and so was Lenny Benowich, and so was Peter Raymond. So Judge Barone gave a court order that Lenny could basically do anything. The fix was in, and here goes another nightmare. They took Social Security money from my account. I'm sorry. They took Social Security money from my account. They also went in, I had a large account with Charles Schwab, and they went there to get that money. And I think through a lot of finagling, of course, they got my Social Security number maybe through Jason Bogley. I don't know how they got it, but anyway, they got to these different organizations, and Charles Schwab Company said, no, it's illegal. We can't give you her money. So then what they did is they posted a notice on my door that if I didn't pay what the judge required in so much time, whatever, they had a right to take my house and all my possessions. And they even ended up Lenny Benowich ended up going to the bank and wanted to get in my safe deposit box. Now, I might have mentioned some of this before, but it was such a nightmare. I just want people to realize what these people are up to doing. Now, someone came and alerted me that this person was going to be there, Lenny Benowich. So they had a detective that I could hire to be there. So I did. I had a detective there at the bank. And Lenny Benowich said, what are you doing here? He said, well, what are you doing here? So that ended that. And actually the bank would not let them in the safe deposit box no matter what order he had, because the owner was not there to okay it. So he didn't get away with that. Well, anyway, they posted this on my house saying that they could, they could get all my possessions or my house unless after this court meeting I would come up with the money. And what happened was I didn't owe this money at all. This was all completely fixed just to ruin me as much as they could. They didn't want me fighting for justice and trying to get my inheritance. They didn't want that. And they were going to prove that they could destroy me. So what they did is Judge Barone had the meeting. I think I described a lot of it, so I'll briefly say he called my lawyers in the back room and said, my lawyers told me, you really are entitled to $100,000 back. but the judge wants you to bring a check in for $125,000 and get it behind you. Forget this whole thing. And you know, and I reluctantly, I didn't want to do it. I said, why? I mean, this is unfair. And no, it didn't matter. Let's get it behind us. Well, what kind of lawyers do I have now? But anyway, I reluctantly brought the check to get the thing over with. And the judge said to the two lawyers I had in the back room, you know, can we get $50,000 more out of her? Now you see what's going on. So then he didn't care. I think they were going to put any figures on it they wanted. The judge was. He had a free open line here. So he said, well, listen, I'll put $260,000 down that she owes the lawyer yet, which I didn't owe the lawyer. I had paid him $200,000. The children actually were responsible, so I was entitled to money back. But anyway, $260,000 plus $150,000 interest. So it totaled $410,000. Well, you can imagine they were exhausting me to no end. And I had to hurry and get a loan at high interest from some friends we knew. And I put in the $410,000. And that's a story that I think is unbelievable. I really do. And I hope people learn that, for instance, here, it wasn't even supposed to be in Supreme Court. It was supposed to be in surrogate court. Now, maybe they would have done something like that there, too. I don't know. But the point is, there's a lot of laws you have to look into because your lawyer will not tell you. They get to the lawyer. And anyway, Jason Bogley wasn't going to help me. He wasn't up to that. He was a young fella, and I'm sure they said things to him. So now I wanted to get that out, how that kind of thing can happen. They raped me economically and psychologically. They raped me. That's what they did. Now I'm going to go on with another thing I have here. Hold on, which I thought would be a lesson to people also, and that is when the bank now drew out $600,000 out of the estate account. They never speak to me, never. I'm an executor. They don't talk to Suzanne, so she's no good. They don't talk to her. So I sent two letters when this was done to two trustees that were listed on the statement where they took the money out of, namely Brandy Goldenberg and another trustee that in the past years I don't think was on it, but Vincent Camisio. Anyway, they were at the same address. I sent one letter registered to Brandy Goldenberg, which was never received. It was basically lost, and we still have the post office looking into it to this day. We're not going to drop that. This is another thing they'll do. The mail will be lost, and oh, we didn't get it. Well, this was sent registered. So if they didn't get it, that's not my fault. However, Mr. Vincent Camisio received his letter, which was sent to the same address, sent certified. Now, he did answer. He didn't answer. He handed it to Kiko, like they do. And that's another thing. Of course, both of them, they don't want to answer it themselves. And actually, we had noticed that Vincent Camisio, I believe, is in a class action suit after him. They're after him, and he's in that. But anyway, he did not answer. He gave it to Mr. Kiko, our really great, fond lawyer we're so fond of, you know, at Pillsbury, Winthrop. And Kiko really never answered my letter. the questions in it. I wanted estate tax records. I wanted some documents. He wasn't going to answer all that. It was a typical lawyer response by answering the questions. Basically, the money went for legal fees and commissions. So our question, of course, is what legal fees? What commissions? What about me? I had legal fees as an executor. You know, the thing is, people might think, well, you go to the court, you tell your lawyer to file. I've done a lot of that for many, many years. They go in a burn bag. I mean, nothing happens. They go against you every time. They do not give you justice. That's it. So anyway, that's how Kiko answered it, just to get rid of me, he thought. Because they know they're guilty, of course. Kiko and Win Rutherfurd of White and Case. Kiko's covering for Win. Basically, basically we all know it's stealing from a widow who didn't get her money to support herself, as her husband had indicated in the will. And it was there for at least 25 years. And you know, I think I told you that it didn't make any interest and the principal never grew. But don't tell me if the principal never grew. I mean, I'd like to know who did get the money. Is this the way they invest money? Who got the interest? And, you know, the principal had to grow. If I had asked for it, they'd probably say, that's all you get, my dear, as they did with the stepchildren, stating that they did no wrong. The bank did no wrong, and that's all you get. And you have to state in the agreement you signed that we did no wrong. Now, I won't do that. I do have principles, and I am entitled to much more. I'm not doing that. So, as I say, they get into it deeper and deeper, and they have no way of getting out unless they admit their crime. And then they keep saying, the judge, we go to the judge. Well, they know the judge very well. Why do I have to keep going through all of this? But I'd like you people to learn what does go on. This is so hidden that I know many, many people. In fact, when I tell people I know, they don't want to believe me. Oh, well, your husband must have done something wrong. Well, I don't know, maybe he didn't have that kind of money, you know. There's all kinds of, thank goodness I wasn't taken in by any of that. Okay, now, and actually the judges I have here, which I'd like you to know, are only glorified attorneys in black robes, so let's not put them on too much of a pedestal. They actually want to see if you'll go through the trouble of hiring attorneys, getting rid of more money, and it requires money, time, you know, to do all this. And the courts, as I said, you have no chance anyway. Well, they actually hope that I die and go away. There's another example, which we cut out the picture some years back, but there was a great painter, very known painter by the name of Hoffman, and his wife, they had pictures in the paper, front page pictures. This was years ago. She died of starvation in her apartment. Her cat and her. In her apartment in Fisher Island. Since the bank, I believe it was US Trust, would not give her money her husband left her. So as you see, it's been going on for decades. The other issue I want to say, it's like another trick that they pull. They let me know, I don't remember how, I guess in some order or whatever, they let me know that they appointed Gail Markowitz, who was the daughter of Herman Markowitz, who was a CPA and executor of the estate. They made her an executor because her father had died. This is some years after her father died, but they schemed up this little trick, and they thought they would make her an executor. And I think why they did it, the law firm of David Kiko represented Gail as well as they represented the Bankers Trust, the fraudulent executor of my husband's estate. So what was the purpose? For her to receive probably her father's commission, and her father was involved as a defendant in an embezzlement involving estate funds from the real estate manager, Eddie Jr. As you know, Markowitz was also an accountant, and he did the books. Now the IRS disallowed his commission because he was wearing too many hats. He was making money from too many sources. So now they were going to have Gail Markowitz here, probably telling her she could get maybe her father's commission or something. I don't know. They didn't tell me. But they figured also she could outvote me then with them. So this is another trick they pull. And I would think it's completely out of line. I mean, she's an executor of my husband's estate. And actually, Gail, I don't think, knew at all what was involved in the estate. I think Kiko just said, look, we can help you. Why don't you sign up? I'll represent you. And, you know, I don't think Gail knew. She was very fond of me. She loved my music. Her mother had tapes of my piano, and they just loved it. So this to me is unbelievable, but I would like you people to know what in the world goes on. The system is so corrupt, including the Bar Association, which the lawyers belong to. And I'll tell you, all trust organizations, they engage in the same practices. It doesn't have to be just Bankers Trust. It can be other banks, lawyers, whatever. So I hope they see the light before departing this earth. I hope so. I've been asked several times, don't you think they have a conscience? I said, yes, I do. However, I believe when one gets into any sin, they rationalize and get deeper and deeper into it to cover themselves, and they try to reason with their perverted way of thinking. I guess the devil is at work. The idol is money. It's like a cancer that keeps growing and cannot be stopped. It spreads until one dies. I don't believe they ever really win in the end. Remember, life on this earth is really so short. They don't seem to realize it. Okay, now I have other victims that I thought I would just to let you know. We know quite a few people, but I could give you some examples, and they really don't want their names known at this point. So I was just informed I have 2 more minutes, so these things are going to take somewhat longer than that. A couple of them I've already mentioned, and I'm sorry, I must say I'm sorry if I repeated things in these tapes, if you were nice enough to listen to them to figure out if you're interested. But one thing I want to say while I'm doing this, I have up on the screen the Steinway piano has the capacity to speak in the most beautiful and powerful language. And when I became a Steinway artist, they asked me to give a quotation. And as I said, I told you years ago when I was 12 years old, I thought God had spoken to me, I felt, and wanted me to speak through my music. So when I became a Steinway artist, I said I wanted the Steinway piano to be able to speak through their instrument. So they put the quotation down, they have my name there, and I'm still a Steinway artist, which I had this beautiful Steinway piano. And I get a signal now that this is the end of this episode. Thank you. Okay, this is the last one of my series that you people have to try to understand. There's one thing I wanted to say, which I'm not sure I did. As you know, the poster's up there on the screen, the Steinway artist, which I am, and I have been for many years. The nightmare of my home in New York, and I can tell you it was some nightmare. I don't think many people could ever try to go through a thing like this, because I lived at that home for 50 years almost. And I told you, I think, I was up there in age. And it wasn't easy, but I'm young for my age, and I managed to get through this, and I believe in God, and He has a purpose for everything. And maybe the purpose is it gives me a lot of grounds on what these people did to me. Now, another thing, this lawyer by the name of Benny, anyway, he arranged this whole thing that my house was, it was supposedly against the loan where this dishonest judge, Barone, had made me get this $410,000 in a big hurry. And this is finally, they had many attorneys, I think, but this one attorney is the one, from what I understand, that arranged this thing of me being thrown out of my house. So anyway, there were a lot of, we figured they were undercover police, but you know, I'm just saying this, I don't know for sure who all these people were. I thought they were quite vicious in trying to get us all, just get the two of us out of the house, one of my group and myself. And what really hurt me is some of my valuable things have disappeared. My husband got a piece of artwork in a coffee table, Philip Laverne coffee table. It was very beautiful, and they threw these things in storage. I had them replaced in another storage room, and I never found the coffee table. I had a beautiful Kendall furniture. They were one of my sponsors, Kendall. We had a dining room outfit by their company, and the bottom of it had a huge, heavy glass piece on top, which I did find in the storage, but I didn't find the base of the dining room table. So of course the answer is, what are you going to do with a table without a base? So I think there were a lot of vicious things they did. They threw things in boxes, like from one room downstairs, another room someplace else, they'd throw things in. It wasn't a nice packing affair or anything. I think some of my sofas must have been sitting in the rain. They're water spotted and everything. So when it came to my piano, I even had a beautiful jacket I can't find. There are a lot of things I can't find. Unbelievable. And I had, you know, posters from Russia. I had on the wall, and it makes me too upset. I really can't say it. The final upsetting thing is my husband bought this beautiful 9-foot concert grand piano for me. It's a nice story. Actually, the famous pianist Lily Krauss was at Steinway Hall and heard me play and try out different pianos. So she walked in, she said, "Who's playing?" My husband said, "It's my wife." She said, she has a beautiful touch. It's beautiful." And he said, "Well, what should I get her? Should I get her a concert grand or a smaller grand for our home?" She said, "If you have a large enough home, I would say definitely get her a concert grand, because if she gives concerts, she knows, you know, the balance, the weight distribute. You know, it's a better thing to play on all the time if you have to give concerts." So it's kind of a pleasant story in the midst of all this. But what I'm trying to say is, when they were throwing all my furniture out, I said to them, "I want to watch when you take my piano out." Because, you know, when they move a piano, they have to take the legs off and the pedals. And it's a large, large piano. Beautiful. And they said, "No, you're not allowed to watch. We know how to move pianos." And of course, I was so upset, I couldn't even cry. I mean, I was so upset. But anyway, I went out thinking, well, hopefully, at that time I thought they probably did know how to move furniture. They had 3 big moving vans out there. So anyway, it went to a storage room, and when they moved everything, I had everything moved to another storage room. A friend of ours let us share half of his huge storage room. And actually, thank goodness, I caught the piano bench. I got that because it was sitting around there, and I said to someone, "What are you doing with this bench?" He said, "Oh, I don't know. Did you want that?" I said, "Of course. Belongs to the piano." So I took it in my car. And then later on, we looked, we couldn't find the pedals to the piano or the legs. So before all this, I'm going ahead a little bit now. Before all this, when they moved it to the other storage room, they came out and said she isn't going to get her piano unless she pays a ransom fee of $500 for her piano, on top of the moving fee, which was enormous. So what could I do? I had to give $500. I wanted my piano. So I wrote a check for $500, and the person walked over there and gave it to them. They delivered the piano with other things. So I figured the piano, everything was there. So when I checked, I said, "Where are the piano legs?" "Oh, they're in garment boxes. They're all there with everything." Well, I'll tell you, we looked many times, high and low, because there were, of course, a lot of legal boxes, all kinds of things. And we looked high and low, and we could not find them. We looked many times. So they maybe did it as a vicious thing. I don't know what they did, but I never found the piano legs and the pedals of my beautiful piano. I mean, what I went through, what others go through, they go through different situations. It's disgusting. So anyway, and I had something else I was going to read too, which I may have in another section I want to read to you. But anyway, it's something to tell you about my career, why my music is not present at this time. So, and there are some other victims here I'm going to just read off. The one is not a banker's trust. He's with some other bank, but he had the same judge I did. And Rob DeBell, I think I mentioned this earlier, he said, listen, he said, the money you're looking for, Rob DeBella said to the victim, is stolen money. So in other words, it's not really yours. Now, what does it belong to the banks and the courts? And besides, how do we know that that's true? How do we know the money was stolen? And what a thing to say. That doesn't matter. Whatever the person was entitled to, that's what they are entitled to. The question is, whose money is it if it's not his? So besides, as I said, is his statement true? And the victim finally said to me, he doesn't want to be known at this time. He said, "Suzanne, we are not alone, and don't let them tell you you're crazy, because you're not." Okay, now another victim was not a banker's trust either. No, he was a victim of banker's trust. He has, no, Patrick, I don't think he was a victim of banker's trust. He wrote a book.
Yes, he was. John Wilson. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a victim of banker's trust. He wrote a book. And he's from a very known family. And he was abused in this way, with the not getting money. The third victim was Bankers Trust and Deutsche Bank. There was Ella Manny Place. They divided and conquered. They divided the children from the parents, and then the judge Scarpino was also the judge. And they got a guardian for the parents. The husband died and the wife fought. However, They got half her money, but she got control of her other money. My group tried to help her a lot with Jonathan because Jonathan didn't get his inheritance. And they put her in a nursing home. And then she went through much heartache, stress, and court hearings, everything. Her life just ended in sorrow. Another Bankers Trust Deutsche Bank victim in Germany was Leo Kirsch, which is a very wealthy man with a big media company. And after many years in court regarding the taking of his media company, he was in court for many years. And with all the stress, he finally died. However, his wife continued with her family in her 80s and finally won a payout of over $1 billion, as I understand. It obviously was a probably much more valuable company. It was a large media company. Another Bankers Trust victim, Judge Scarpino worked 2 years for Bankers Trust before his judgeship, as we know. He waited 2 years after reporting this with the court, since it was a conflict. So finally, he got publicity, of course, with my picture, alerting the public that he previously worked for Bankers Trust, and finally recused himself. He had a legal obligation to disqualify himself. Well, I don't know who this is. We alerted another victim about this who was also affected with their father's estate in the same situation I was. And of course I got him to recuse himself but not disqualify, which he should have done. However, we alerted these other people about this because they were going to be in court under Judge Scarpino, but their lawyers told them, oh, don't say anything, just be quiet. So sure enough, Judge Scarpino admitted in court in their case, I worked for Bankers Trust for 2 years, does anyone object? However, their attorneys told them, as I said, not to object. You'd think the judge would rule in their favor. However, instead, that gave the judge free rein to stab them in the back, and the Judge Scarpino ordered them to pay the bank's fees on top of their own fees, which, by the way, was an enormous amount of money from them. He violated their legal rights, as I understand. And also, because of their name, they don't really want to be known. But it was a nightmare. And the other, I was also told that Martin Luther King's estate was on 60 Minutes, also Bankers Trust account, and White and Case was involved, that there were problems whether the money would go to the estate or family in regard to his documents. Of course, these things are all kept quiet. I understand that Coretta Scott King, the owner, questioned the ownership, of her husband's papers. And when Rutherfurd claimed that they owned everything in his papers, and Coretta Scott King said, no, that's wrong, the family claimed ownership. So there was a big battle about that in that situation. Now, Glendora, I've listed some Bankers Trust people. However, it doesn't just happen to be Bankers Trust people. As I said, the cancer has traveled all over. Of course, there are many more cases. There are a few with other institutions and banks. One victim from Westchester, New York, moved to England, a wealthy widow who just had to avoid the harassing and the manipulating. She was just going through too much harassment. So she was also with Anthony Scarpino, the judge, and she died from stress. Also, her homes were taken, much property, her money was taken, as I understand. She must have had some money of her own. She did live in a hotel in England, London. So, but there was much trouble, much money was lost. Another victim with Judge Scarpino died from cancer. He finally gave a small portion of money for her cancer treatment, and she had a law background. She because her father had a company. She went to law school and got a degree. However, the bank she was connected with would not honor the judge's ruling. So she died without having a chemo treatment. And the judge did not enforce it, as I was told. The bank didn't pay her, and Judge Scarpino wouldn't enforce it. Didn't enforce it. There's another very sad case. There's one more case I can mention, not with Bankers Trust. However, Judge Scarpino was in charge. The judge said in brief, you take what I offer you or you get nothing. I think I told you that in the former episodes. As I was told, it would have just been crumbs of what he was entitled to, a lot more. So both of his attorneys were present and they just didn't speak up. Why? Because they got to the attorneys. As I remember, he refused any money since it was such a small portion. And he couldn't believe what the judge said to him. You take what I give you or nothing. Now, another victim, a widow, fought and fought for money that her husband left. These were attorneys that were involved. So it finally led to assigning her guardianship. So she decided to go to school. It was not Judge Scarpino, it was another judge. It was a Manhattan district in New York. So she decided to go to school and learn how to become a guardian and got rewarded for her work. When a court meeting came up for her, she got up and said, Judge, I am a legal executor for the court system, so you surely do. I do not need one for myself. What could he do? He had to discontinue the guardianship for her. Another victim I know about is a very wealthy oil billionaire from Texas. His father was in Palm Beach going out to dinner, very elderly man, but he was very active for his age. Somehow the guardianship group got a hold of him and put him in some kind of a nursing home, and his son couldn't find him. He couldn't locate him. They wouldn't tell him, which I've heard this before too. Finally, through research, he found him. So since he had trouble getting him out of the home, his son hired an attorney, which cost into the millions, and finally got him home. However, after 1 month, due to the trauma, he died. Whatever they did to him, who knows, was no good. So, folks, be careful of guardianship, especially with the elderly. It depends how old you appear and how old you act. But, I have another situation here, another victim, which it's so sad, and I really can't tell her story, it's too sad. It's just, it involves her mother, who was thrown into guardianship, finally died, forcefully, I think, from what I've been told, she died, plus the disappearance of her 2 children now probably for 14 years now. She doesn't know where they are. She hasn't seen them. It's unbelievable. And I understand when Rutherfurd of White&amp case is involved. When Rutherfurd of White&amp case got her to introduce him to many wealthy families, I presume to get their estates. And his wife is in real estate. It's so sad. She doesn't want to go public. And I can't go further with the information because the story is just unbelievable. Like a lot of things that we found out about this country and the world. Now, also, I want to end this by telling you about a large property that we had in Collingswood, New Jersey. It was a large building, and it was being sold after many years. I think it was, I don't know, 5 years after my husband died, whatever. A lot of controversy over it. Someone called me, said they offered a lot more money that in the end the bank sold it for, and I think they ended up selling it to the property manager, I believe. which they hired instead of Eddie after Eddie got his money. It's one thing after another. And anyway, the title people questioned it in detail because they look up the Letters Testamentary and they said that the property, it was Bankers Trust Company. So on the title paper, when Rutherfurd and them put down formerly, because the title company asked, well, you have formerly, it was Bankers Trust of New York. Well, it was a fraud. They had to cover up. So that's what they said, because in the Letters Testamentary, it was definitely Bankers Trust Company that my husband had nominated. But they put formerly Bankers Trust of New York, which didn't exist at that time. So it was a complete fraud that they're guilty of. So the title is in question, of course. And who's gonna question White and Case? I think the Forbes had an article that we had saved which said black shirts and white shoes for White and Case law firm. I mean, it's a big name, but look what they do. They're professionals at stealing. And I think I told you about the owner when he died, how his partner of White and Case went through during the funeral, he went through his papers and things. So you see, it's in their DNA, and it sure has grown. Okay, and the other thing is, White and Case, as you know, abandoned the estate. It's all very serious. These things are fraudulent. They abandoned the estate 2 months after death, 2 or 3 months it was after death, and because they represented the bank for the repayment of a loan from my husband. So they were representing the bank. That's a complete fraud and a conflict. So these things are very serious, and they've all been overlooked, and the lawyers never let me know. I wonder why. Don't you ask a question why? Okay, and then they take $600,000 now from the account. I mean, these people simply do what they feel they want to do. How many minutes do I have left, Patrick? Oh, okay. You know, I want to state here that if you want to look anything up on the McCormick Estate, we have a couple websites. There was one person we met when they did this to me with my home in Dobbs Ferry, and he tried to help out with an attorney, and he's actually an activist, and he does fight against these unjust things. And he put a website up for me. He actually wrote the bank too in Germany, and argued with him what was going on, and what are you doing to this person, and so forth. He really fought for me in many ways, and I won't really display his name, but he put up a website for me, and that's McCormick Estate Fraud. No, that's stopestatefraud.org. Okay, and then, okay, that that is stopestatefraud.org, what he put up. And then the other one that was put up, I believe by Elliot, wasn't it? By Elliot Bernstein, the fellow who's really fighting for his rights too. He put this up, and he knows a lot about the computers, the whole business, of course. And he put McCormick Estate Fraud.wordpress.com. Okay, so if you people, anybody wants to look up more, there were a couple, one huge affidavit that was made up of the estate by my group with a lot of pertinent papers in it, which prove a lot. If anyone cares to read some of this stuff, that's in here too, in these, yeah, okay. And my email is S in Suzanne, V as in Victor, M as in McCormick, 231 at AOL.com. That's my email address. If anyone wants to ask questions or have things clear. So, okay, I think I gave you, and I've even repeated a lot of things, because such as the abandonment of White and Case and the Letters Testamentary, it's like a Bible to the estate. And to think that none of the attorneys ever mentioned it, except for the last young fella I had when we found it in 2005, because of course it was like a puzzle. If I didn't have the group with me, how would I find out all the inner facts? And they figured I wouldn't, so how would Suzanne know anything, right? But I surprised them, and I formed a group, and they're very good at research, so they found a lot of things. My attorneys never told me, even though I spent over $1 million on legal fees. I mean, that's unreal. And I know people who spent a lot more money on legal fees, and didn't win. So I think it's worse than we know, and we know that I feel that Donald Trump, a lot of people will maybe disagree with me, but I think we have to face the fact that when he came on the scene, he did reveal a lot of criminality that was going on in this country and all over the world. But this country is very bad, and it's really traveled like a cancer. And the estate and trust is a big area for making money. Big. I mean, can you imagine what you can steal from estates? I mean, I just want to say, I think that Donald Trump did reveal an awful lot to the public. That he educated them, actually. And he did a great job of it. I mean, I've never seen any president who educated anyone that way. So, of course, the other people are very upset. Everyone, any of you who, come against him, of course, you're upset by all this. And, but anyway, let's hope that with God's help, we'll all survive and this thing will improve for generations later. And thank you for listening. Goodbye, and hope to talk to you later. Bye-bye.